Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Episode 29 of Pariahs. Click the button and we're up. Stuff's happening already. Lee, thank you for the 62 months of resub. You stopped playing Mechabellum just to do D&D as it's the superior addiction. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. And Mentat Gremlin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Durs with the 50 months resub. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you kindly. And congrats on getting the first, by the way. Hello.
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 Hi.
How are
Hi.
we? All good players?
Not too poorly.
Yeah, good.
Not too
Some
poorly.
better than others. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've stumped the AI.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I am pleased. Bring it down. Bring it down, Reza. So I'm just trying to get this thing off, this key ring off my bottle opener. There we go. Come on. Off. Great. Bottle. Done.
Alright, I don't want to alarm you, but that looked totally different on stream if you had it muted.
Say no more. I'm already dying inside because it's too warm today. It's far too warm over in England. But, oh, thanks, Jump. Thank you. 54 months. Appreciate it. With that said, though, Cypher, what happened last week on Pariahs?
Well, Cypher woke up and found that every fucker else was asleep. Pretty sure Reza tried to go back to sleep after he left her. He was on the hunt to just chat and see what was next. But fucking Garrett was like, nah, I wake up on my own time. I'm a chrysalis boy now, okay? So Garrett was in his chrysalis. Reza was chilling in a fucking chaiselong. And a Dorian slept in. How very odd. So Cypher wandered up to wake him up. Bumped into the good old fucking cook who was wrestling baby water leapers for dinner, I guess.
See,
The world works in mysterious ways.
Hey,
Yeah.
there was abundance of them coming through the canals due to recent events.
Yeah.
You got them cheap.
Winning.
Silver linings and all that.
So Cypher went upstairs, woke up Dora. Well, he woke up Falco first, who alright, he's probably just taking fucking liberties with his job. Right? He wasn't alone. He's turned into Asmund. That's what he's fucking doing. But after everybody's awake and gathered up, and fucking Garrett fucking graced us with his presence, fucking birthing himself from his chrysalis, like a beautiful fey butterfly. And Vanya missed it, so it was a spectacle.
Yeah,
Sad panda.
she was up early, actually. She was up before you and out the door and gone.
Yeah, crazy. Busy. But yeah, after getting together and being like, yeah, what's next? Cypher Dorian ended off to go shopping. We got fresh new duds for the ball and bespoke artisanal masks. Because why half-arse it? While Reza got sent to go collect her brother for a project. And she came back with the whole family because, fuck it, why not? It's making a family outing. And then Garrett went to also collect somebody in the form of his previous teacher, Dwen, the muscle mummy herself. We know you've all missed her. She's back. As Garrett doesn't do things in halves, as he was making chitty chitty bang bang Nova Soya. And while that was going on, we had a visitor in the form of Dame Cordair, who I think originally came for one purpose and then left with another, as she took quite the liking to Garrett's court reserve bloodshot. I do believe she drank a few of those and spent the rest of the night drinking a few of those with Reza right before leaving.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Vampire's night, yay! Get wasted.
I mean, it brings a whole new meaning to white girl wasted, doesn't it?
White, pasty ass vampire white.
Dead girl wasted?
Yeah.
I should have just called it Red Claw and be done with it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my God. Fuck's sake.
No,
Ah,
make the exact same thing. Call it Red Claw, double the price. There you go. Sorry, Lucius, go ahead.
done.
So
Put gold flakes in it.
but yeah, she was there for a very specific reason, and she was very careful about how she worded exactly what she told us. But we inferred from what she said that the Viscount Sandoval had been caught and would be how shall I put it? Tried for his crimes as a spectacle that we would be participating in. And this was just a friendly heads up that we were participating in the spectacle that is an execution of a vampire lord of the Crimson Court.
She never said anything of the sort.
No, of course she didn't, because that would be bad. So yeah, that's what we did. Vanya, what did you do?
Yeah, well, I think we'll actually pick things up with Vanya in a moment. Is there anything anyone else wishes to say before we dive straight in? No? Okay.
Nope.
So, casting our mind back to the start of last session, before Cypher woke up, Vanya was up and about and she slipped out of the folly to do whatever it is she does. Perhaps try and fix the problem she's created by locking the coroner in the dreamscape. And throughout the little bit of downtime, you all saw a few individuals out and about in plain clothes, still sporting the unmistakable telltale signs of the wide grin of the Sisterhood of the Silent Rose. There was also, Cypher, something you overheard, a individual demanding entrance into the folly early morning before Vanya escorted him away. But with that, Vanya, we'll pick things up of that morning we were speaking of. Where are you? What are you up to? This is before anyone else is awake, and bear in mind, no one sees you for the foreseeable future for this day. But at some point, you would no doubt mid-morning have to visit the folly or at least be close by to the folly to require a certain individual. So with that, early morning, where are we?
So, early morning, not mid-morning, right?
Very early morning. Before anyone's awake.
And before the folly.
Absolutely.
All right. So she is headed. She's headed to her sisterhood to enact a plan because Cypher has told her to fix some things.
All right. So, with you awakening, you dip out of the folly into lower streets, making your way through the mist-laden cobbles before eventually arriving outside of the chapel house of the Sisterhood of the Rose Cross. Here you would see a couple of sisters on their usual nightly vigil. Both bow their head reverently to you as you approach before you swing open the double doors, revealing the long hallway of the chapel. Most of the sisters at this point are sleeping, apart from a few who are quietly doing a few errands, some weaving, some making various flags or banners. On another table to the far end, some seem to be scratching words in parchment with quill. Posters, flyers, perhaps. But it's quite subdued.
She'll enter. Good morning!
Immediately, all those who were working in silence spin their head round to look at you. Those who were sleeping in the beds lining the walls immediately bolt upright, eyes towards the door. And with the clatter of inkwells tumbling over, bed sheets being thrown in the air, all of the sisters rise and begin to start making a haphazard group in front of you. All of them, again, bowing their heads to you. Morning, my happy healer. Edith. Sorry, go on.
How does this day treat you?
You hear from the back, much better now that you're here, my lady. We weren't expecting to be woken by such a fine visage. At that, you hear the door burst open behind from the side office as Edith stumbles in. Her robe half skewed across her body, eyes bleary as she just blinks, looks around. Good morning, my lady.
Morning. She can't even talk today. She's so excited. Mustn't let the day waste. We must act now. I'm gonna need you all to... I think I'm gonna need about 36 sisters. Go get them now.
At once, happy healer. And immediately, all of the sisters seem to grow 6 inches taller as they straighten their backs. All eyes lock on Edith as she scans the room and just begins to wave a finger in a general direction. Those on the left. Yes, you'll do. Go with Our Lady. She has need.
Are they all around at this point?
Absolutely, yeah. The entire sisterhood at this point's now bounced up, awake. Robes have been thrown on. The red hats on their heads, some with the red tabards. They're like a small army at this point. That's now arrayed in the chapel.
All right, everyone, calm. I must speak to you. We have a great mission ahead of us. Shh. It's good to see you all.
Goes quiet.
I have a matter of great importance. A task of vital necessity for you all. And this rests upon each one of your shoulders. We have a vision, a program of hope. A path forward that we believe will elevate us, strengthen us, and secure our future. She's gonna, do a little, hand motion, a cheer, trying to get them amped up.
Oh, they're already... It's quiet, but their eyes grow wider. The smiles on their face growing even more eerie in just sheer joy, having been given a task by the happy healer herself. Oh, this is going to be good. Edith looks around, and from her position behind you, Vanya, she looks at the sisters and, yes, the smiles on all of your faces, so real, beautiful. Oh, thank you for giving us a purpose, my lady.
Oh, yes. Each one of you, special. And do have a purpose. And in this, you are doing more than you know, and will be rewarded for sure. However, as we move forward in our program, in our path to help others, we have encountered many resistance. There are those who do not yet understand the truths that we hold. Those who may actively stand against the progress we strive for. Am I right?
There's a cacophony of calls of, yes, my lady.
Therefore, I'm giving direct instructions to this group only. You are tasked with seeking out these individuals who resist our program, who resist hope. Your mission will be clear. It is to bring these individuals back to the heart of our sisterhood through this door to our undercraft area, under our immediate influence and care. And she's going to point at each of them. This task requires discretion and unwavering resolve. Are you up for the challenge?
Yes, my lady.
All
Another
right,
call
to
echoes.
ensure the integrity of this endeavor and to protect our purpose, specific measures must be taken, so listen carefully. These individuals, once identified, are to be brought to us swiftly and directly. There must be no opportunity for outside interference or influence. Do you understand?
Third time, yes, my lady, rings out from the gathered sisters.
So they are to immediately accompany our sisters, you, immediately upon contact. Furthermore, to maintain the necessary secrecy and to avoid unwanted attention or association, do not remain in your familiar attire. So you will need to blend into your surroundings to ensure that there is no connection and can be easily drawn between their last interactions and the sisterhood. Do you understand?
Fourth time, the call rings out. Growing louder now. Yes, my lady.
All right, let us proceed with purpose, with unity. Let our actions be guided by our unwavering belief of hope in the strength and the righteousness of our path. Together, we will ensure the success of our program and the enduring strength of our sisterhood. Is everyone with me?
A cheer rings out. Not loud, not rambunctious or chaotic, but solidarity from the gathered sisters. Half of the room seems to be slightly dejected that they weren't chosen for this special purpose, but even so, there is a sense of joy, of happiness that some of their friends, their sisters in bonds, are going on this great endeavour. You would notice, though, that Edith at the side of you, Vanya's got a slightly perplexing look on her face. Almost questioning as she glances over at the sisters and then back to you.
Yes, Edith, do we need to step aside? You have a question.
No, my lady, it's just, well, your methods are so, they're so inspiring. We often forget that kindness sometimes looks like ruin at first. And,
Well.
well, now you've become something so beautifully inevitable, like a flood or, no, like the end of a long illness. And at that, Edith turns to the gathered sisters. All hail the happy healer! All hail the happy healer rings out through the sisterhood's chapel.
And you just see Vanya's expression. She gets the familiar sisterhood smile, and just stands there and just soaks in the praise.
20-30 minutes pass by as the sisters assigned to the task begin to change out of their usual white and red robes into more drab clothing. Some in, brown linen robes, others more in just loose-fitting shirts, baggy trousers. An attempt to blend in to some extent to the inhabitants of lower streets. Problem being that even dressed like the inhabitants of the slums, their aura, their cleanliness, the neatness of their hair, and the weird smiles that are plastered across each and every one is still a bit of a telltale giveaway for those who are in the know. But before we carry on, I'm going to quickly dive in. Karinis, thank you for that 5-month resub. I appreciate it. And Scobsu, thank you for your 70. Mwah. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate both of you. And yeah, with the Sisterhood now prepped, ready to start abducting people. What's the... Hey, Yeti, what's the plan?
Well, she now, she would have instructed them to kind of bring them back at around maybe 1 to have completed their mission by 1. So she's going to head back. And, her thoughts were to maybe do some studying or, just while they were waiting. She was just going to head back and check on the folly and do all of that such.
Unfortunately for you, or maybe not, who knows. On the return visit to the folly, are you alone? Do you have anyone with you?
She would be alone, actually.
Okay.
Because she's just heading back.
As you begin to make your way back through lower streets, you veer around the corner to the open courtyard in front of the Baron's Folly, where you see a familiar sight. A gentleman in green attire, a long green sweeping coat, hair slicked back that's greying at the front but fades into a teal in this oddly shaped mohawk / ponytail / mullet. And with 2 guards next to him, he's just about to knock on the Folly's door. You hear him? So, come on, this is the place, is it? Yes, of course it is. Yes, it must be. This is where the rage of all of the slums. Yes, of course it is. Is it opening time yet? Boom, 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 boom. He bangs on the door. Let me in! This is Reginald Wilberforce Silverbottom III. I demand service! Service!
Vanya will let him bang on the door a few more times before engaging him.
There's no opening from the Folly. You know, Vanya, it's early. If anyone's awake, it'd probably be Francis the chef, maybe Falco at this point, but The door doesn't open. He bangs a couple more times before eventually he turns around, looks at you, raises a brow. You? What are you doing here in the... Oh, it makes so much sense now. Storms over the courtyard towards you.
The early bird, huh? The early bird for sure. We are not open yet. Do I know you?
You work in this establishment?
I am what they would call the talent manager. Do you have talent?
Wait, you're familiar. He peers at you, Vanya, eyes going narrow, before immediately a finger raises up and points within an inch of your nose. It's you, you wretched bitch! It's you!
Whoa! Now, listen, we only have room for so many talented individuals in here. If I did not pick you the first round, you must come back and continue to show me what you have and able to perform.
Guards, seize this woman immediately. She made a fool of me, of Reginald Wilberforce Silverbottom the Third in the coin flow. Cast me out by the merchant guard, she did. Wretch, witch, bitch. The two thuggish individuals who are acting as guards look at each other, look back to the green-haired man, shrug, and then begin to start making their way towards you, Vanya. Sorry, love.
Whoa.
Nothing personal. He pays as well, so looks like we're going for a talk.
Listen, how much does he pay you?
What are you doing? Don't listen to her. The thug looks at you, Vanya. What are you wearing at this point in time?
She's got on just her really nice, silk yellow kind of cloak with a she was feeling kind of good today, so she has a green dress on underneath it.
Okay. The two thugs look at you, Vanya, look back to Reginald, back to you. And then one of them, this more of a wiry chap, offers this sly grin. I bet you can't afford 15 silver, can you, love? Nah.
Oh, is that all that you're asking for? Remember this guy now? He's always like this.
What are you doing? Seize the bitch! Take her away! Take her from my sight! There's one of the larger guard just puts his hand over Reginald's mouth, pushes him back. Go on. You were saying?
So, what? 15 silver each? Is that all that you're requesting?
Roll me an insight check, quick, Vanya.
Let me find it up.
You get the impression that the guy who called out 15 silver, they're getting paid less than that, but he was pushing his luck, basically, to be like, yeah, we can get 15 silver out of this. So yeah, you know that they're not getting paid that much by Reginald. He's just currently been mumbling, trying to rip this thug's hand off of his face, but the thug just grabbed him by the jaw so he can't speak. Yeah, 15 silver each. The other biggish thug looks over to the guards, the wiry one, with the expression of, shut your mouth. This is good.
I will throw in 3 additional silver each if you would take him to a location.
He bites the thug's finger. 30 silver each! 30 silver each! No more talking! I will give you both 30 silver, take her away! And at that, the thug just clamps his hand around Reginald's mouth again. Shut up!
To be honest, I don't know if he has that amount, because wasn't he standing in line the other day to receive some kind of compensation and got escorted out?
You just hear, Niles! Niles! Roll me a persuasion check, Vanya. Okay. The two guards slowly nod. 22 silver. Yeah, 22. Don't push your luck. 20 silver, and we'll carry this piece of shit like a sack of potatoes anywhere you want, love. What are you doing?
No.
Don't listen to her.
What happens if something were to happen to him? Do you have work elsewhere?
The larger guard arches a brow, thinks for a moment. It'll look bad, sort of two guards losing their charge. Now that you've said it, there you've got a good point. I think we're going to have to take it's 30.
No, I want to offer you an extended job with my organization to guard my sisters.
Oh. Well, we get to guard her. Get to guard a couple of sisters. Yeah. The other guard just nodding his head. Absolutely. Why not? Let's do it. Yeah. All right, fine. And with that, the other guard grabs Reginald in a bit of a headlock, stuffs him under his arm, and nods. So what we're going to do with this chap then? Oh, by the way, he sticks the other hand out. Just to make sure, coin first.
I will give you half now, and then half whenever you deliver him to the location.
Sounds fair.
So she'll give him half. And then
50 silver. I will give it. Reginald's struggling in the headlock.
He's gonna make quite a ruckus in the streets. Is there not anything we could shove in his mouth?
Yeah. The thin guard slips his boot off, pulls his sock off. No, anything but that. There's this old sweaty sock stuffed into his mouth. There we go. That'll keep him shut for a bit. Or it'll knock him out. Or he might die. Who knows? One of the two. 3.
Well, let me just tell you. You two are doing wonders for my organization right now. You will help us lead a path forward to spread hope to others. Now let me show you where you need to go, and you need to find an individual named Edith. Actually, let me take you there, and I'll introduce you to Edith. And she will help tell you what your new role is, and, be thinking about any desires that you may have.
With a coin in hand, slips it into his pocket and throws Reginald over his shoulder as the trio make their way down lower streets back towards the Sisterhood of the Rose Cross. What happens here, Vanya? If there is anything you wish to bring up, or is it just a case of dropping him off, having a quick chat with Edith, and departing?
Yeah, that's it. You know, all of the individuals that are acquired, including Reginald,
Acquired.
are put in the Sisterhood's Undercroft in a room, awaiting for Cypher's return.
Awaiting for processing. Oh God.
And that's it. And Edith would give the two guards the whole spiel, see if they want to do any kind of contract type things, but we'll give them their job duties for guarding the Sisterhood.
Cypher, you gained 2 new individuals in your cell.
Oh, do I? Oh. Unfortunate for them.
Oh no. Okay. So with that done, Vanya, anything else you've been up to in the brief stint of downtime?
She would go to pick up her dress from Jacqueline.
Oh. Okay. All right. Making your way through low streets. Eventually out past the warehouses towards the Coinflow district. No issues at the gates with a quick flash of the Sanguine Academy pin. The wardens don't bother you. In fact, you're given a brief escort through the gates halfway into Coinflow before eventually you make your way through the crowded streets, which at this point, the streets in Coinflow do seem to be rather busy, actually. Not so much with merchants. It appears more that there's butlers, servants, who are doing large amounts of shopping here. Not in the smaller furnituring, but anything that's either fabric, jewelry related, clothing. All of the stores, if they don't have a queue outside, they are still jam-packed on the interior. But eventually you reach Jacqueline's store. Here, by now, the damage to her door in front of the store has been repaired. And outside is a short queue of about 5 individuals. Again, all of them in what appears to be serving attire.
It's quite busy today, isn't it?
One of the servants looks towards you, nods once quietly at the question before. Yes, it's expectedly so, my lady. Due to the events coming in a week's time, we're all scouring for various interesting antiques, jewelry, anything of that may catch the eye of our masters and ladies.
Waiting to the last minute, huh?
I regrettably couldn't comment on timing of things. May I inquire as to the reason you're here outside this establishment?
Oh, I am here to acquire a lovely ensemble that I commissioned quite a while ago.
Noticing the smug tone in your voice, the gentleman just offers a curt nod with a very good, my lady.
Oh, I was just trying to get at, you feel more accomplished if you do things sooner, and you feel more at peace when you're not feeling rushed around. Am I right?
At that moment, you hear the door burst open onto the street, and a head pops around. I thought I heard a familiar voice. Vanya, dear, darling, sweetie, come in.
Oh,
The-
I must be you, dear.
all of the other people who are currently in queue, jaws slack. Just like, how dare she? Rude.
Is there more Reginalds?
Not this time, but there's a few mumbles beneath their breath as you step into Jacqueline's shop. You pass a couple of individuals who are on their way out. Various sacks of what you assume to be clothing in their possession. And as they leave, you step in. Jacqueline closes the door, locks it. Ha! So busy. How are you, sweetheart?
Yes, I am doing quite well. I like the hustle and bustle. It kind of gives me a bit of some vibration, some energy.
Well, I'm sure you're going to need it for... Are we all set?
Oh, well, that's what I was coming here for, to see, I came to pick my dress up and to see if it, was done so that I could be all set. Just like I was telling them out there, you have to be ahead of the game, because if not, you're going to wind up like those individuals out there who are frantically trying to get everything at the last minute. It's just no way to live.
It isn't. But yeah, come. I'll show you. Jacqueline takes you by the hand, whisks you into the back rooms, up the stairs onto the second floor, where her design studio is, and you see two dresses on mannequins. What's one of them, Vanya?
So one would be the dress that Vanya asked her to put together. So it's a classic ball gown kind of silhouette with a fitted boned bodice with kind of like a sweetheart neckline, and it just kind of flows into your standard ball gown. The color palette is golds and yellows and creams, and it's got like silver embroidery on the bodice and portions of the skirt. And then so when you see the skirt, like, it transitions from a creamy white in the front to those richer shades of yellows and golds towards the back, and it's got all of these cascading embellishments of like three-dimensional butterflies in varying like yellow shades that are kind of made of like chiffon, so whenever the wind blows, it looks like the butterflies are like flying. And it's got like hints of gold and silver, and then she's got like these long sleeve sheer sleeves that also have like the embroidered detail with the occasional butterflies on it.
Nice. Next to that yellow and gold dress is another dress similar in certain design elements. The difference being this one's a little slimmer and in purple, a contrasting colour to the yellow. And with this big grin, Jacqueline beams. Well, since star of the show, fancy, bright, I thought maybe something a little more contrasty. What do you think? And she points towards the purple dress.
For Reza?
No, for me. But, so, about your dress. Are you happy?
Are you? Did Reza
She
tell
grabs
you about the ball?
you by the shoulders, pushes you towards the dress. Do you like it?
Oh, I love it. It makes me feel like I could float like a butterfly.
Because you are, sweetheart. You're the most beautiful butterfly in this entire... In fact, nay, on this continent.
You know, it's not just the dress. I think it's you too, because anytime I look at you, like, you know, the ick that's outside turns into just this brilliant light. Like someone's turned up the lights and the music has started playing. I feel like I could dance with you in this dress.
Oh, no.
I hate you so much for using the word ick in a sentence.
Poor Jacqueline. Poor Jacqueline. So, with that, Vanya, I'm going to put this on you. What's the plan now? Is there going to be some downtime here, or are you going to grab the attire and depart the store for other tasks you've got?
So this is the last thing that Vanya has is to pick up her dress. So I know that Jacqueline's busy, but so she may pick the dress up, kind of talk with her a little bit more around things, flirt,
Yeah.
and then head back.
Okay. So very quickly before we get on, Mira, hi, welcome in. I saw you earlier, but I've only just got a chance to get around to it. Hello, and Rayvon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, my dude. I appreciate it. So with that then, there's the back and forth between Vanya and Jacqueline. Vanya, roll me an insight check very quickly. At disadvantage. Okay. There's a few suspect comments from Jacqueline about not being able to wait, looking forward to the weekend and other subtle hints, but nothing seems to come to mind. That you've lost the memory of inviting her. Oh. But with that dress in hand, you eventually depart. Coin flow. Anything further you need to do, Vanya, in prep for this?
No, she would have made her own mask, and she's probably gonna head back to kind of, now that she's seen her dress, to kind of add some of the butterfly embellishments to her mask. And if she runs into Reza, is because she still kind of believes that dress is Reza's dress.
All right.
And, would ask her questions about that, but no, that's all that Vanya has on her plate.
Excellent. So, with all this going on, there's toing and froing from the folly. No one seems to bump into Vanya until the later portion of the day, which I would say then brings us to open it up to the rest of the party now. Or shall we just take a quick refill of clock before we delve into that? Because I only brought one bottle with me.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So we will go to. We'll throw up the bar scene for the shadowed circle. Only one bottle. So I know, Yeti. I need to get a I should have brought some more to put on the desk. But, folks, we will be right back whilst we grab more alcohol and drinks. Which kind of reminds me, it's a good job I don't, for those who, because I know there's quite a dedicated following on YouTube, and we appreciate it. We're obviously, not professionals in the slightest. We drink on stream. So yeah, I'm never going to get monetized on YouTube, so don't worry about that. So I just thought I'd get it in now, but we'll be right back. And the other funny thing, I may have.
Yes.
I wonder where my smaller glasses were earlier. I can't find them anywhere before stream. I can't find my glasses. Can't find my glasses. Sorry, I have to put the big bug eye ones on. These are nice and cool, by the way. Now that I've put them on, they're in the fridge.
In the fridge.
Yep. Don't know how.
Why?
I don't know
Classic.
why. But they were in the fridge. I don't know. I don't.
With he staring at you and you
Yeah.
open the door.
Yeah. Cheers, everyone. Choo-choo. Thank you once again, Rayvon. I appreciate the hype train and the gifted subs. All right. It's how you know you're old. Cold glasses. Oh yeah, cool glasses. That yep. Ah yes, refrigerator glasses. Those new models that'll spoil if left on the desk. Ah, it's refreshing. I'm not gonna lie. Okay.
But
Go on.
do they make you look cool?
Hell no. I appreciate the pun, but no. All right. With that said, then, I would probably say that it would be later in the evening when you all meet back in, because. Or in fact, the next day, because bear in mind, we also had Dame Cordair stop in overnight with Reza drinking, so it would probably be the day after when, Vanya, you would eventually see everyone, the next morning. Perhaps when you went down to make your mass, you got stuck into it a little too long, and then by the time you realised it was late in the evening and everyone had dispersed, perhaps? Good talk. Sorry, go on.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Okay, so with that said, then, next morning, what's everyone up to? I would imagine informing Vanya of the plot ahead.
Yeah, our guest.
So, on the dawn of a new day, Shadowed Circle. Who's here, who's not?
Vanya will be there.
Pretty sure Reza would be there.
Sci-fi will be there.
Reza, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh. You said Constitution saving
Yeah,
throw?
Constitution saving throw. All right. Yeah. Okay. You were both fine.
Thank you.
Just wanted to double check. Behind the bar is the usual visage of Alistair, glancing over towards you, Reza, as he polishes one of the glasses from last night. That was quite the display you and our lady guest put on yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I was at one point concerned for the current supply of bloodshot we had, but I think we've still got enough to make quite a fair bit in the near future.
Never worry about the supply of bloodshot. And she winks at him.
At that, the door opens. Vanya, you stroll in. Alistair from behind the counter offers a raise of the hand in greeting. Good morning, Lady Vanya. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. I'm prepared. Things are in motion. Couldn't be more excited about the hope that I bring individuals today. Reza, saw your dress.
What dress?
The one that complements my dress. I am, although it may be a little tight on you.
Rosa just kind of tilts her head and looks at Vanya like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Purple. I didn't think that purple would be your color. But you did tell me that my program is working on you. So you are bringing brightness into your world, and I couldn't be happier.
What on earth are you
What's
talking
this about purple?
Reza is wearing purple to the masquerade ball.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, no, she isn't.
Oh.
Why do you think I was going to wear purple?
Yes, purple's my colour.
Oh, you're wearing a purple dress?
To be clear, I can wear purple if I want to, Cypher.
Well, yeah, sure, but we all have our individual styles, and you know, it's kind of my accent colour, don't you think?
It does look quite well on you.
Thank you.
Question.
What?
Did you go to Jacqueline to get your purple
Dress? No, I didn't get a purple dress at Jacqueline's. No, I went to the tailor's with Dorian yesterday, the end of the row near the docks.
But
I went to Jacqueline's some time ago to get some pieces I needed for my costume.
Why?
well, there's a purple dress there that has some butterflies like mine. It kind of coordinates. I thought maybe, since you told me you've turned a leaf, that you want to be more like me. And
I don't think I said I wanted to be more like you. I don't think that was a thing that.
I too agree with statement.
Scan,
That she
having
wants
heard
to
this,
do
just
that?
looks up, looks at you, Vanya, looks at you, Reza, shakes his head.
listen, I understand that you fully can't commit to the program right now, that you have to take it in bits and pieces. But there's nothing to be ashamed of liking the color purple and butterflies.
I'm not ashamed of anything. That's literally not what I'm wearing.
Did you say it was exactly the same as yours, but purple?
It was
sure
kind of a
wasn't-
complimentary.
You sure it wasn't Jacqueline's?
Why would it be Jacqueline's?
I don't know, Vanya. Why would it be Jacqueline's? Did you try asking her?
Well, I thought it was Reza's when I left. I did say, oh, it's Reza. I mean, she might have said, no, it isn't Reza's.
Well, look at that. The Lady of Positivity is also the mother of all assumptions.
I don't even know what to say to that, Cypher. I think assumptions can be good sometimes.
Old saying. If you assume, it makes an ass of you and me.
Thank you, Scarn.
That's beautiful, Scarn. But
Read in book I did. In fact, I will find book of quotes. Moment.
He heads back to his corner and starts flicking through some of the tomes there.
you know, you're right. Shouldn't just assume. You can't assume that people can't change. Because if I would have assumed that, then where would Reza be now, right?
Exactly where I am. But anyway, are you playing some sort of game here, Vanya? Like, what is going on?
No, but are you... Do you have to go back to pick your stuff up? Maybe you can ask her about the dress?
No, I
mean,
don't
it
need
would
to go
look
back to pick
beautiful
up my
on her.
stuff.
It would look very beautiful on her.
Maybe that's because it's her dress?
It could... I just don't know why it would be... It can't be anyone else's if it's not yours.
Well, as fascinating as this all is, you weren't here last night, were you?
No, I was working on a project, and she puts her finger up to her nose. I left very, very early.
Well, we had a visitor. Dame Cordair was here, and well, I hope you have a big skirt, because we might have to smuggle in some weapons. And or Dorian's armor.
I only wear big skirts.
Wonderful. Yes. Things might get a bit violent at the ball, and we may be expected to participate.
Do we need to bring +1s then?
Oh. Me. Pick me.
Why, Scan, do you have a lovely dress to wear for the ball?
Maybe.
He'll point a talon towards you, Vanya.
Will purple dress fit me?
I don't know. No.
Then no, I do not.
That's a shame, because I'd take her as my +1 anywhere, Scan.
I will entertain here instead, then.
Sure.
And
Got to make sure Vern doesn't get up to his tricks.
usual shit, yes. And on top of that, ball sounds. Wow.
He grabs the book, flicks through it, holds it up to one eye as he peers into it.
Ostentatious, yes.
Yes, exactly that.
Much prefer cracking skulls in alley than flounce and
Flicks through another couple of pages. At this point, you see it's a common dictionary.
pomp and pretentiousness.
Have you heard of maybe just choosing a word of the day and practicing that in a sentence so that it becomes a little bit more natural?
Scott's too powerful to be beholden to just a single word. Look at the man.
Well, 3 words. Not an entire dictionary.
Give me 3 words.
Like, what types of words are you
Cypher,
looking for?
give me word.
Aardvark.
Aardvark, good. Reza, word.
What?
What? Thank you. Vanya, word.
Shit. Nuance.
Nuance. I see. What nuance
No, if you could
is
turn-
there in Aardvark?
Never mind. I was going to say, if you could turn that into a sentence, I'd be impressed.
You just see the edge of his dragon-like features rise up in... again, normally most people would see this as a pretty terrifying gesture. You'd know it's him being a smug piece of shit as he's grinning. Just all teeth on show as he folds his arms. Sits down, waves a dismissive hand in your direction.
Advice noted, but unnecessary.
Vanya thinks a little bit if he's being resistant to her for a second and then brushes it off.
So, are you prepared, Vanya, now that you have your dress?
I am okay, so we had sorry, I wasn't sure where we were going with the words. So we had a visitor.
We did, yes.
And what? Did they just say hi?
No, in not so many words. We may be expected to fight Viscount Sandoval to the death.
Okay, so that makes sense about the big skirt and the weapons. Okay.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we were given a heads up. Reza and her are besties now.
Oh.
They do karaoke.
You've never invited me. Okay, I'm ready to face this alone. Is she coming as your +1, Reza?
Who? No. Just because you sing 5 duets with someone doesn't mean they're now your +1. What? What are we? Munchie, where are you? Meow.
Leaping up from behind the counter. Munchie appears.
Besides, I think she
Yes.
already had an invite. Oh, God.
Your rendition of I Will Survive brought the house down.
I mean, of course. Naturally.
Can I please just point out, like, this was not approved by the talent manager. I schedule the entertainment to ensure that our patrons come back. Was
What do you mean?
was
Everybody
that-
loved it. It was
Oh, they
fabulous.
did?
It stopped a fight in the pit, so people could watch. It was amazing.
Oh, well, Reza, how come you have never tried out or auditioned to be a regular?
Because I run the fucking tavern, Vanya.
We may have some room to fit you in occasionally. If you would like.
No. No, and honestly, do you really not remember asking Jacqueline to go to the ball with you?
What?
Yes, when I went there, I forget, it's a week or so ago now, she mentioned that you had never told her what time to be ready, or if we were picking her up, if she was coming here. You left things very undecided, and now you're saying you don't even remember it happening. So what kind of relationship is this? Reza very skillfully turning the attention back on Vanya, because she doesn't want to talk about the singing anymore, because she doesn't remember the singing.
I planned on asking her. I had it all kind of prepared, but I got nervous.
Well, apparently in the throes of passion on your date night, you did ask her.
Date?
That is her dress. You really?
I wouldn't think that I would forget something like that. She wants to go with me.
She's very excited about going with you. She let me have free reign in the upstairs of her workroom to get all the things I needed for my costume.
You're using her and I's relationship to get free things.
Yes, I am. But at least I remember it exists.
Vanya kind of like looks around at everyone else to kind of like, because she's not remembering any of this, but is excited because this was something that she was wanting to do, and now she doesn't have to go through the pain of potential rejection.
Cypher transforms into Jacqueline and goes, "You should probably set this right."
What?
Don't kiss me. No. Don't be weird about it.
What do you mean, like reenact how I wanted to ask?
No, you idiot. Go give her the dates. If she's coming along, is the room in the car?
Well,
Ample.
I got confused because you transformed into her. I
Go back to her shop and tell her you are very excited and you were so distracted by her beauty you forgot to tell her when we'll be picking her up.
And when will we be picking her up?
Garrett, what have you been doing through all of this, as this question of when we'll be picking her up and about the carriage?
I have been building a carriage, ably assisted by Dwen and Damien.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It is a sleek thing of beauty.
At this present moment in time, though, in the shadowed circle, with this question of, what time is Jacqueline being picked up, I think that pretty much boils down to the master of the carriage, Garrett, as to what the time of departure will be. I think it's probably the best way of wording it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't envisage it taking long to get from point A to B. What times? Where's the invitation? What time's the ball start?
Later, it's relatively late evening of in roughly 3 days' time.
Okay. So I take it we would like to arrive on time and not be fashionably late.
Not too early though. You want an audience, right?
Oh yes, yes. Well, if we aim to get there for when it's just after when it starts, that way there should be a queue of people waiting to get in, and they can see our arrival. We could always do a few laps to make sure there was a crowd. So say half an hour prior. We'll pick Jacqueline up because it's on the way.
I would say add 10 minutes for Vanya to go in and have like a private moment with Jacqueline to fully appreciate how beautiful she looks. Muss her hair a little bit and then help her fix her hair.
And it is Vanya we're talking about, so we'll add 20 minutes on there.
So we'll be there 2 hours ahead of time.
Yes, yes.
I can help her get in her dress, maybe.
Or out of it.
We do that before or after?
Don't worry about it, Vanya. Just
I
go.
don't need to know this.
Go make amends for your own forgetfulness.
Don't tell her you forgot.
Oh yeah, don't do that. Bring her a gift. Get her a gift on your way.
I have a gift for you, Vanya.
Like a corsage.
No, even better. Something sparkly.
Like what?
You want
Like a
like
necklace?
this? And he pulls out a little pouch, and inside is a shattered, crystallized soul. So it's just little shiny bits. Look at that. It'll look wonderful on a mask, wouldn't you think?
Oh,
Shiny.
Inside this little bag, not only are they look like small diamonds almost, but they do emit this slightly blue glow to them, with them being crystallized souls, luminescent almost.
Note to self: make sure they don't struggle.
Honestly, it's kind of fun when they struggle at first. Oh, never mind.
all right. Well,
Wait, what are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I feel like okay. So here's what I'm gonna go do. I'm gonna go tell her about the time. I'm not gonna tell her that I forgot. But then maybe Reza and Cypher later, and whenever you guys have time, you can tell me about these things because I feel like I don't know. Somebody is gonna be struggling. I don't. Before, after, I'm gonna need some pointers, but I will see you all later.
I'm sure. Much later. Enjoy.
So, with a bag of broken souls in hand, Vanya, you scoot off back towards Coinflow to reconvene with Jacqueline. Vexing, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you. You can never really express thanks, and again, this is for everyone who subscribes or follows. You can never truly express just the appreciation. Like, oh yeah, thank you very much. It doesn't sound sincere, but thank you. I do appreciate it. Dorian, I'm going to poke over to you now, good sir. As to thank you, Prepper Jack. Fuck. Just stop.
You brought that on yourself. To be fair.
Just stop. Don't need. But thank you. Honestly, we appreciate it. But Dorian, what are you up to? Where have you been through all of this?
Well,
what's going on in your end?
So if my timing's right, this is basically the morning of the day that we're going to go to the ball.
Just before it, but if you want to do your bit as that morning, because I think now pretty much we're getting to the point where it's go time. Unless anybody else has anything they wish to do before go time.
No.
No. So with that said,
Dorian
then
only has 2 things on his list.
Okay.
He's going to go to the Bloodworks.
Oh shit.
Okay,
so with that then, before we get into that, Dorian, next couple of days go as expected. Garrett, you begin the last prep on the carriage to take you to the ball. With Dwayne and Damien's help, this thing is exactly as you want it to be. Reza, any other little additions you need to make or do are also easily accomplished. Garrett, I also believe you're wanting to silver some various weapons and whatnot. Is that correct? I'm going to guess that's a yes.
Is he muted?
I remember him talking about doing that. Arrows for Reza, the head of the flail for Dorian, and some other stuff.
Okay. Vanya, I will say you pop over to Jacqueline's. Whatever happens there is entirely down to you, whether you stay there for a length of time or entirely up to you. But with that said, the days pass in a flurry of activity. It then comes to, was it the day before or the day of, Dorian, that you're looking for?
The day before, he's going to stop by the Bloodworks. Okay. The day of, he's going to stop by the Pious Pauper.
Oh my good lord. Okay. Yeah. So, the day before, I don't think I have the Bloodworks thing on this, so we'll just use the Lantern District for the minute since it's close enough. Okay, so
it shouldn't be a big stop.
That's all right. It's all good. The day before the masquerade ball at the Vulpescu estate, Dorian, you depart the Baron's Folly, make your way through lower streets, Coinflow, over the Silver Canal Pass into the Lantern District, and eventually find yourselves at the walled compound of the Bloodworks. Here, even on this day, there is always activity here. There's always queues of individuals waiting to get in, to get their stipend or their pay for the goods they offer. But with your Vulpescu pin, you're easily allowed through the side entrance. Well, not so much side entrance, but the nobles' entrance.
Oh yeah, Dorian will, with the pin on, he's just going to walk through the place like he belongs there.
And belong you do.
He's specifically looking for, because this is not a place, not something we've looked at before, but he's going to look for essentially where like the equipment is being made rather than where the blood is being churned out or the golems or anything like that.
Okay. After a brief conversation with the... in fact, roll me a persuasion check, please. Or intimidation, however you wish to approach it. As you approach the front desk, there is a youngish vampire. Looks up towards you with an arched brow. Good day. Business?
Yes, good day. I'm looking to requisition equipment.
Requisition equipment? Rather rare. Not just purchasing some goods for your master.
Well, goods for my master. Well, should probably get used to hearing that. However, I am looking for, you could say that, in their service.
I see. Name of the... and he looks down at the notepad in front of him as he takes a quill out. Name of the master of the house, please.
That'd be Lady Volpuscu.
The quill pen stops. The vampire raises his eyes to look at you.
Yes, I work for her and through her people.
He closes the tome, puts the quill pen down, bows his head, stands up from behind the desk, makes his way to the far end, opens the door to enter the central chamber where you're currently stood as he bows his head to you. This way, if you would. Please, sire.
He's going to follow after him. He's not trying to make too much of a show. He's just trying to see if he can affect something here.
You're led into the back rooms, similar to the ones that you came into before the last time you were here, as he sits down on a sofa, motions for you to sit, and then with a ring of a bell, 4 or 5 servants would immediately storm into the room. Back straight. Could I offer you any refreshments, sire? Anything to wet your whistle, perhaps? Or perhaps a snack?
I am quite well for that. Perks of taking up room and board when they do that professionally. Although if you're parched, feel free. I don't want to spite you for that. I am here to inquire about getting equipment. Specifically, I'm assuming that this is where the armor and weapons are made for the guards.
Certain things, and he waves at the servants to depart. They all bow their heads before leaving the room. Certain things are made here, yes. He reaches into his cloak, takes a smaller notepad this time. And what is it House Volpescu requires?
Looking to get something a bit more sufficient than the makeshift armor that I have. And I see everywhere I look, wardens are walking about in very good armor. It occurs to me that there's probably more than enough around to supply them.
You're wishing for something blood-forged, bulky, heavy, or something a little more... And he looks over you, Dorian. It seems you're more of a protection duty, I would imagine. Strong build, well-spoken, bodyguard. Something discreet, yes?
Well, and Dorian is going to reach into his bag of holding and pull out basically his breastplate that he normally wears.
Okay.
Something in the neighborhood of this. I know that there's probably quite a bit of things that need to be forged, and then they get the last touches to make them official warden wear.
as the blood forging process. Usually they are. Most are you just wishing for this to be improved, my lord, or wishing for something new? If you wish for us to temper that in the blood forging process, then that wouldn't be an issue at all.
Well, if you're saying you don't keep anything on standby.
Well, we do, but I know that some bodyguards tend to have a favoritism for their own clothing, their own tools.
And with weapons, that's so. Armor is designed to take a beating and be replaced when needs to.
Very well, so rather than blood forging that, you just wish, a breastplate?
Well, if there's anything like what the wardens wear, just without all the official seals of symbol, then that would be my mind.
Understood, sir. Will 5 full sets of plate mail suffice, my lord?
I would really just need the one.
Very well, just the one. If that's the case, then we'll just fetch one for... doesn't really even need to go in the books. And he slams this small book closed, tucks it back into his cloak. I was expecting a little more, but of course, whatever you need, I'm happy to provide.
There's no need to be burdensome. Everything can just be quick, clean, quiet, and be done with. I'm sure you can appreciate that.
Quick. Vulpescu's hosting the... Oh. Ah, I understand. Oh my. Yes, I saw nothing, heard nothing, exchanged nothing.
And precisely, and... Well, if you're going to be there, enjoy the show.
There is a large grin that comes from the clerk. Now, granted, clerks in most industries are, they're downtrodden, they're kicked upon. But here in the Bloodworks, to be a clerk of the Bloodworks is quite a high position. So without a shadow of a doubt, there seems to be a somewhat knowing look on his face, Dorian, as he just grins at you and offers a respectful nod in understanding. Rumour spreads, and the Bloodworks is a place that rumours... it's almost a melting pot for rumours here, because every vampire in the city has to come here at some point.
Every vampire that works here is a sassy bitch that loves to fucking gossip.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, so I will... I don't have it to hand at the minute, but I will get you some of the blood forged plate the wardens wear for later.
Your voice sounded pained when you said that.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
From
It's really
menace to
good.
Titan in one conversation.
It's like, and he's going to just say, thank you for your time, and next time I come by, I'll ensure I have something for you.
I look forward always to those of House Vulpescu stopping by. Never a dull moment.
Just so.
And if I
And,
may inquire as to your name, moniker, perhaps?
Dorian.
Dorian, a pleasure. I look forward to the weekend's events, yes?
Oh, yes. Well, a lot of things come attached to being the governor of Lower Streets these days. He's gonna bow.
Wait! Valpescu, Lower Streets is... Oh my! Oh, this is going to be delightful! He just claps
So he'll give him
claps
that
his hands
to
together.
chew on. Alright.
Yeah, it doesn't take long as you are ushered to. In fact, probably not so much ushered out into the air. It would send a servant away to come back a few minutes later with struggling with this full plate, which no doubt you just easily stuff into the bag of holding and be on your merry way. Okay.
And in light of that, I'm gonna forego going to the popper for what I was gonna go for. I think one thing's enough.
I mean, if you want to, don't. If you want something else, Dorian, go for it.
All right, I'll try. The next morning, he'll try something.
All right. So, with that, Dorian, you return. Anything else? Anyone, the rest of the party wishes to make a point of doing or bring anything to my attention that you may have forgotten about?
We'll talk about weapons when Dorian gets back.
Okay. So this the day before the ball, Garrett, or the day of the ball? Probably the day of would be the best time to talk of weapons.
The day of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'll just hand stuff out that I've made.
Sure. Okay, so with that, Dorian, you return. The rest of you continue doing whatever little miscellaneous tasks that you need to. Which then brings us on to the day of the house Vulpescu, or the Vulpescu estate masquerade ball. Dorian, early morning, you obviously have something you wish to do.
Let's see. Okay. Dorian is going to approach the front door of the prize popper and knock.
Okay. You made your way through Lower Streets towards Market Row, the hallowed ground of the Pious Pauper. She cancelled it last time you were here to have a talk, but it was brought up shortly after with a knock. There's a pause, no answer, before eventually you just hear in your in fact, I'm on the wrong scene here, that's why I can't find the portrait I'm looking for. Is it that one? Professional DM, everyone. Yeah, let's go for that one. Before you just hear a single voice in your head. Enter the door.
Dorian is going to step in.
With it being early morning, the Pious Pauper's not open yet, but sat in the corner of her store, you see Lamorna Trembath, the chirurgeon, sat just making a few bandages, weaving the linen in the corner as she casts a brief glance up to you. Twice in 1 week. You must be a glutton for punishment, my little demon friend. The last word almost spat out like venom.
Oh, yes. Well, how's business been? It seems that there's no one here around the clock these days seeking assistance. Except for perhaps me.
You're not here to talk about business nor make small talk. Why are you here? If you wish to know the outcome of your previous recommendation, then let us just say that the pest in question is very much repenting for her crime.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about that. No, I did my diligence there. That's all I had to do. Keeping tabs on her is not really my thing.
No, but I'm sure you find some enjoyment in the suffering of others. Consider this my little gift to you, that she is indeed suffering.
Well, it is a nice surprise. However, the trick you do with this place, it reminds me of long, long ago. And he's going to take out his a particular item and hold it up. I wonder if it'd be more fleeting or not, but if you could do the same to this. Just continue seeing lower streets and all around. Be better and better every day. After all, if things were to change now, who knows how far it would fall from what it's become. It has climbed so high, it certainly would be a hard fall.
What do you get out of that,
Well, you see, Francis has done this thing where he boils oil and he dips creatures in with a little bit of batter. I was thinking that it'd be interesting to see the same done with a vampire. Without the breadcrumbs, I imagine.
The Chirurgeon holds out a hand.
He's going to hand it over.
She hoists this small object, looks it over. Roll me a persuasion check, please, Dorian. And while I do that, Knights of Constania. I wave back to you. Hello. 12. I can, by all means, bless this, but in your hands, those fires that you so desire will also burn you. Just having this in your grasp will cause excruciating pain.
Well, I'm not so deluded to think that I can deal punches out without being punched myself.
Interesting. Interesting. Very well. I will do this little endeavor for you, but as your folks so kindly like to say all the time, and the Chirurgeon will lean forward, there is a price. A contract, perhaps?
Oh, and what do you want? This is interesting now.
I want you to be my little informer. With the coroner currently out of the equation, the grand work that I am conducting has come to a abrupt halt, and I can't say I'm overly happy with that. So, you will keep tabs on your little lich friend. You will inform me of what he does. just so that I am aware that he doesn't make any further childlike, stupid decisions, like trying to break what I'm creating. And I also...
No more cataclysmic spell castings.
Yes, and I also get to enjoy the fact of watching your pained expression every single time you step into this establishment.
Fine, you have a deal.
And with that, she blesses the decanter of endless water. And because she is an ancient entity, it's not a concentration. This thing will basically stay blessed for the next 24 hours. Dorian, you handling this will more than likely require a Constitution saving throw, or you will take some radiant damage.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But with that...
When she goes to hand it back, he's going to take his bag and just hold it out.
She just holds it in her fingers. Her face deadpan as usual. When someone offers you a gift, surely you accept it with thanks rather than depositing it like trash into a sack.
Well, yes, thank you. And he's going to reach out with two fingers and just grip the flask.
Yeah.
And try to plop it in the bag.
Okay. You do it. You can still handle it. Just for the sake of entertainment value, roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
He's going to treat it like it's kryptonite.
In that brief exchange, it's a painful experience. You get the impression that should you hold on to this for an extended period of time, whilst it wouldn't kill you, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience.
Excellent.
So,
our bargain concluded. Thank you very much, and I'll be off. And you can go back to tending your flocks of people coming to your door. The flocks are very diminutive these days, surely, but still.
A question, though. It must be demeaning for one such as yourself to step into the home of one who heals.
One who heals. One who heals but has done more damage than I could ever dream to.
Goodbye, Governor.
And he's going to walk out. Shut the door behind him.
All right. With that, though, you step back out into Market Row. The oppressive feeling of the hollowed ground now depleted.
And he'll send himself back to the Folly pretty
right.
quickly. He's not stopping to hubbub and rub shoulders. He's got his mind on the prize right now.
Excellent. So, that said, the final meet, I guess. Where's it happening? It's early morning. Shadow Circle's not open. You've also got the Undercroft, or what's the plan?
I think this circle is a comfortable place for us to meet.
Yeah. I was going to say that's where Dorian would first stop.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Cypher says as he packs 5 perfectly polished skulls into his bag of holding.
Reza is sitting at their usual table with Munchie on her lap. Good morning.
I trust everyone's preparations are now complete for this evening's festivities.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And Vanya's just got this big smile
Very
because
much.
she's got a date.
Vanya, we're talking about violence, not sex. Get the smile off your face.
Oh,
And Dorian's going to start taking pieces of armor out of his bag and start laying them in front of him to look over.
What do we have here?
This armor. I'm going to let you describe it, Dorian, as to exactly what it is. You understand, what the wardens look like, but
Yes.
with your backer, or backing, should I say, there's no doubt you perhaps have been granted something a little unorthodox, or something that you've probably seen more in the Magister District, or Temple District.
Oh yeah. It's essentially it's a very familiar sight. It's just it doesn't have like armor is forged from steel and tempered, but the actual like ornamentation and things that make it very personalized for their purpose or station is all added after that because it wouldn't survive the process of actually like the forging and the tempering for a large part.
Mhm.
It basically looks like a set of warden armor that just doesn't have any of the bells and whistles like the little symbols of station or anything like that. It's just like a stripped down version of warden armor. Which is, weirdly enough, some type of medium armor from what I recall.
It is. Yes, it's...
Like an upscaled half plate. Not a full
Absolutely.
plate, not a half plate, somewhere in between.
Yes, the vast majority of warden armor, whilst the gauntlets, the leg guards, chest plate, etc., are all blood-forged metal, the other parts of it seem to be a very darkened leather. That's actually more resistant to piercing and slashing than most chainmails, as if the leather itself has also been treated with magical compounds of unknown origin. Wink.
Yep. Armor of bullshit +1.
It's pretty good stuff, yes.
It's not much to look at, but trying to find a way to make this work for this evening.
Well, to go with that new armor, I've improved your new flail. And out of my bag of holding, I just lift out this enormous flail. It's blatantly made for someone of Dorian size and not a slight lithe creature such as myself. But at the end of each point on it, and now sporting a silvered tip.
Well, that'll come in handy.
So let me add silvered property to the aberrant sensor.
Mm-hmm.
Silvered. There we go.
That'll hurt.
Well, it
All right.
does pay to be prepared.
Does. Well then, that's that. Suppose I should probably go see a mage friend about getting something for disguising magic or something.
Indeed.
Disguising magic?
Well, I've seen enough of it. Make something look like something else, and I already have other clothes that this could be made to look like. I just need to go and find the actual means of doing that.
What are you thinking, Cypher?
Maybe just a minor illusion. And he waves his hand. What do you think?
Minor illusion, not so much. You'd need something a little more potent than minor illusion to change someone's appearance.
Okay. Too bulky.
Yes.
Yeah, minor illusion's a cantrip, I believe. I think you'd need something like disguise self.
Wait, are they trying to disguise the armor or Dorian?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Right. And for our resident archer. Into the bag of holding, and I pull out two things. A bundle of silver arrows.
Okay.
Ooh.
Roll me
They're not
2d20.
silver tip. Hold. And well.
How many can you carry?
Yes.
These aren't normal silvered arrows. They're a normal silver arrow would just be the tip. But these are the tip wrapped round a hardwood shaft and a sort of almost filigree of silver spiraling down the shaft, not adding much weight, but if they were to go into something, silver would still be touching, even if the point went through. You see what I mean?
All right, in that case, I will give Reza 38 silver arrows that do an extra flat 1 point of damage.
Perfect. Yep. And the feathers in the end have either been bleached and made to look white silvery. They're very pretty arrows.
Yeah, so you get, whenever you use your bow, you would get an extra point of damage regardless on top of them.
So
Reza.
a plus one to any damage rolls.
Correct,
then,
yes. Yeah.
basically. Cool. Cool.
So yeah, they're silvered and +1.
Reza.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go. You
And I've
finish.
got a few silver-tipped bolts as well for her hand crossbow should she need that.
Reza will she'll move Munchie slightly, and then she's just kind of got this what looked to everyone at the table, if they'd noticed, like a leather belt on. Which she never wears a belt, but then she just kind of turns it around, and it's actually the bag of holding fanny pack model she got when she went to Jacqueline's and raided her closet. So she plans to return it, but it's it's smaller than your normal. It doesn't hold as much as your normal bag of holding. But for this occasion, she is just putting just all of her weapons in her fanny pack of holding.
Sorry, that means something completely different than the UK.
Yeah, all the Brits dying inside.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
You're keeping your arrows where?
Because of that deep penetration, yo.
Dude. I had to hold in a lot of chuckling during your description of those arrows. But I am a mature adult.
No, we're not.
No, we're not. So Reza puts the No, I'm not gonna say it.
She puts the silver arrows into her bum bag.
Bag of holding on her waist.
A bum bag of holding.
That sounds worse.
No, it's not. Not for us.
American.
Not for us.
Prison wallet of holding.
No.
That fanny be packed.
We're all children.
We are.
And this will be immortalized on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do have a quick question that
Of course.
is non-bum bag related.
Okay.
So if Vanya was to give Dorian the Troubadour's finery, would that, like, if he put that over kind of the armor, would that help, or would it still be like bulky underneath?
That is a good question. I'm going to let you guys decide on that one. It's up to you.
Well, if he's wearing the sleek armor, it could work.
And he looks big and flouncy and puffy with frills and shit. Yeah. Yeah, he could hide it, I guess.
It's down to what he can imagine, really, because it responds to what the wearer wants.
How do you feel about that, Dorian?
I think that I'm going to end up looking like a big poofed up flounce.
Absolutely. But
You're the
it
mayor.
will work.
It could be like wearing a big, broad frock coat type affair, and that would cover most of the armor.
Frilly neck, big puffed out shoulders.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking right now. It's just like
A big ascot, maybe, just to...
Knee breeches.
he's going to look like a clown.
Yep. A jester.
Like just super puffy sleeves, everything. Just
It's the current fashion, don't you know?
It's the ball. You gotta go all out.
yes, well, give it a shot.
Vanya, are you going to wear butterfly wings or a butterfly mask to go with your gown?
I thought you would never ask. Do you remember the headdress that Garrett made me? Kind of a head protection. I have crocheted to cover my face with butterflies on it, on my face, to just kind of accentuate my beauty.
Accentuating your beauty by hiding your face. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Well, now that you put it that way, she's gonna hand Dorian the Troubadour's finery and say, "This may help you."
So Dorian's going to put the armor on and then put the finery over it and try to imagine ways for this to look that'll just like minimize the hit to his ego that it will produce.
I mean, you know what's coming, Dorian. What do you look like?
I feel like essentially it looks like a really big vest with a big frilly neck. Even everything that comes off of the chest, the pant legs are kind of flowy. It looks like a honestly, for those who play Monster Hunter, it reminds me of the Rompopolo. You know, like just completely poofed up, frilly. Everything about it is frilly, and he just looks kind of ridiculous. Then he's got the mask on that has like he has the little devil horn mask on that he got. So it's just kind of comical.
I would never pick you out in a crowd wearing that.
I approve of new jester. Now,
From the back, you just see a red thumbs up.
If Scarn thinks it's funny, it's bad.
Dorian, does this open? And he's fanning about with Dorian's flail on the table.
What do you mean open?
I mean, they put something in there. Does it open?
Probably it's not designed to anymore. If it just unlatched and came open, I think that would be potentially bad.
That's a shame.
I think there's a bit of the plague starfish in there.
Roll me a perception check, Cypher, or an investigation.
11?
With a bit of forcing, or perhaps you would be able to at least see what's in there, to get a waggle a finger in through one of the holes, perhaps.
So he's going to use his changeling abilities to disfigure his finger into like a really long, pokey finger. He's going to poke around at whatever's inside.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw. All right, you're good. Your finger would start to feel a bit tingly, as if the flesh was rotting away. But luckily, you're a lich. You're used to that feeling.
Interesting. Poison. Shame. I was going to say, maybe you could change the contents. I have a spare thing around here, and he pulls out a crystallized soul from his pouch, and he goes, I wonder what would happen if you put one of these inside.
I'm not sure. Not my area of expertise.
It's necrotic in nature.
Well, the bit of what's in there seems to spread poison everywhere, so...
I was just wondering how poison would affect a vampire.
Probably not all that much compared to other things.
Would Reza know the answer to that?
You would. For a true-blooded vampire, Reza, wouldn't affect them at all.
So, Reza is absentmindedly overhearing this.
Very quickly, what I will say, though, is whilst they are still necrotic in nature, they're more resistant to it than immune to necrotic damage.
Oh, vampires?
Yes, yeah.
Resistant, okay. Reza pipes up, like in a distracted, offhand kind of way, and says, poison, not your friend, not gonna help. Notwithstandable.
I suppose I have to settle for cracking his skull open.
the silver should help.
Yes.
Should always go for the head too. Very important.
I have a surprise for him as well, but you can just see when that happens.
Fair enough.
Marvelous. Vanya.
Yes.
Now I'm going to say this from a place of friendship. I don't want you in the front of the fight. But should anything happen, I would like you to wear this. And go, how's that? It's very delicate looking bracelet that would wind round the forearm up her to her bicep and fasten at the top of her bicep. So it looks like she's got a very gentle chain running up and down her arm.
Oh, that ties in my mask.
Yes. Lovely. And should you flick just under your arm here?
Like by my pit.
Yes, yes. Where someone wouldn't see a catch.
So like I'm
And
scratching my
Yes,
underarm.
yes.
Yeah.
And it flicks out, and you've got basically a rope of silver chain that's attached to your wrist that you can use to bat something away should it try to get close to you.
Oh. Could I use it to like maybe choke someone or?
That sounds like a silver whip
Surprise.
to me.
It is a silver whip.
In that case, I will give Vanya a silver whip. There we go. Okay.
Do you like how it was camouflaged though? Isn't it?
Yeah. All right.
It's
Okay.
kind of cool.
But it's more to get you out of danger than for you to run in and put yourself in danger. Try to use your magics more.
I don't know why you're specific. I don't just run in ahead of you guys.
Yet somehow you're always in front.
Gotta seize the moment. Sometimes these things happen for a reason, right? They all turn out.
Remember, place of friendship.
Listen, I'm not gonna let this like sit with me because this is a good day, Jacqueline, and I'm not gonna take it to a bad place. This is a place of friendship, right? This is a good place. This is helping me. I'm growing. We're growing together.
It should fit lovely with your dress and mask.
I think it's gonna be beautiful.
And last but by no means least, Scythe. Again, for defense only, I passed him 2 silver daggers attached to a wrist sheath. 1 for each arm, so he could just put his hand up his sleeve and draw the daggers.
Okay. Nice. Let me add them to his inventory.
And obviously, I've got a load of throwing silver daggers
Yeah.
in a bandolier that will be kept in my bag of holding.
So these are more throwing daggers. Cool.
Think like kunai.
Mate, that's exactly what I've gone with. Let me throw in when I find Garrett. How many have you got, Garrett? In fact, do you want to roll me a 2d4?
Yeah. 2d4.
Garrett
7.
Fane into
7.
it. Fucking hell.
So I will call them silver sleeve daggers. Cypher, you've got 2. Garrett,
Wonderful.
you've got 7. There you go.
Sweet.
All right. Do you have anything else you wish to give out, Garrett?
Well, let me look in my little baggy bag.
All right. Do you want a moment to have a look in your baggy bag while we have a refill a clock, which will probably be the last one?
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
evening?
You do that. 'Cause
Yeah.
You're probably going to want to make me roll some things.
All right, excellent. In that case, folks, we will throw in a quick be right back. And I'm also going to take this opportunity, gamer underscore, well, I'm not going to say the underscore, but gamer NGC6543. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into our little corner of Twitch, I guess. Our dark fantasy. It's not really dark fantasy at the minute. It's Vanya flirting and the stock up before we go on a beautiful masquerade ball where nothing unpleasant's going to happen. It's going to be great. It's got nothing to do with vampires and blood sports, but who knows? All right, folks, we will be right back. I'm going to do refill the clock. Folks, will be but a moment.
Back.
Welcome back.
I too have returned.
Welcome back all.
Oh, Well, the Ribena.
Oh, it's a good choice.
It is. It's not really much of a flavour that you guys have over in the States, I believe. Blackcurrant juice drinks.
Cordial?
I don't know if I've ever had currant.
Should do. It's pleasant. It's a summer flavour. It's joyous, Vanya.
I will try it for you guys.
Yeah, you should. You should. If you've never tried a blackcurrant drink, try it. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
Ribena is the god tier version of it.
It is. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, now you've had a bit of time to peruse your backpack, Garrett. Anything else you wish to splooge out on someone?
Yes. I'm going to give everybody an acid vial.
Okay.
I may or may not have 52 of them.
Okay. It's a lot of acid.
Mm-hmm. It's an awful lot of
That's
acid.
an awful lot of acid.
And it's the good stuff as well. It's the Doctorious stuff.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Acid vial for everyone.
And I've been tweaking the Alchemist Fire.
Oh, I gave the wrong one out there. Right, okay.
I've added to the mixture of the Alchemist Fire some phosphorus, a little bit of magnesium,
All right.
and a shit ton of powdered silver.
Right. Right.
So, how many of these can I? Would you like me to roll forward to see how many I can make?
Let's go with the D6.
Okay.
No. All right. 2. So these are gonna be standard alchemist fires 1d4 fire damage. I'm gonna double that to 2d4 and make them silvered.
Roll.
Oh my good lord.
I'm gonna give one of those. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give one of those to Dorian,
Okay.
as he'll be close enough to lob it in someone's face.
What's its name, Garrett?
We'll just keep it simple and call it a night fire bomb.
All right. Okay.
Because that will stick.
Yeah. So one.
So I'll have one, and I'll give one to Dorian.
One to Dorian. All right. There we
We
go.
should be close to the front.
I've gave you 87 there. Let me retcon that.
I mean, I'll have to send them.
There we go.
I also have 52 acid vials as a simple ranged weapon.
No, I'm changing that now. I've copied it over from Garrett's
Oh, look
to
there,
everyone.
it's only one now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I reduced mine to 1. I figured that was unintentional.
Yes.
No, I just thought it was funny because when I hover over it, it says the Teresa Blackthorn attacks with its acid vial. It's a big giggle.
Gonna
Love it.
just put all the night fire vials in a big burlap sack and use it like a freaking mace.
Bang. All right.
Is it a Monster Hunter hammer?
Yeah.
And last but not least, I walk over to the bar area, unlock the cabinet with the healing potions,
Yeah.
Help yourselves to what you think you will need, but please don't bankrupt the place.
Garrett, aren't you forgetting the rings I asked you to silver for me?
Oh, yes, those. I'm going to smile. Garrett tosses a little ribbon-tied pouch to Reza.
Thank you.
Okay.
You know, you'd think in a city of vampires they'd think something about changing the currency from silver. Just a thought.
And just a note for the DM, Reza had asked Garrett to silver plate her ring of chains and her holdout ring.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. Do you know how to edit them to add silvered?
No, but I can try and figure it out.
Okay, on the 3 little dots next to the ring, if you click on that, go to edit, go to details, you should just be able to tick, in fact, you won't need to on the holdout ring because that's not classed as an attack, but if not, if it won't work with the little tick box for silver, then just remind me if it comes up that they are silvered.
I can figure it out.
Cool.
Yep.
Also, Night Viper ID or Night Viper LD? I'm going to go with LD, with it being lowercase. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into our little corner of Twitch. So, holdout rings, silvered. Ring of chains, silvered. 2 ridiculously explosive, basically silver napalm. Acid vials. In regards to healing potions, I believe they were just standard healing potions. Greater healing potions. Yep. How many does people want?
I've already changed mine.
Not to take a piss, I'll take 2.
Okay.
Vanya went and filled her arms up with them.
How many?
So she had 1 in her inventory, so she took 4.
Okay.
Do you know what? Actually, Cypher's going to chug 1 for the temporary hit points he's going to get, and then take 2 in his fucking bag.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, like I get temporary hit points for, so I might as well use it as intended, right?
Yeah.
Garrett grabs an extra 1 and throws it to Reza and goes, bottoms up.
Okay.
During grab
Reza,
2. Put 'em away.
All right. Just 2?
Yeah.
All right.
Reza, I assume there would be more blood potions in there for Reza as well, because...
Yeah, absolutely. Instead... absolutely, yeah. If you want to grab... roll me a D4, Reza. I'll add 1 to it. Round it up to 2.
And then, what did you toss to Reza?
Great healing potion so you can get temporary hit points.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, I can raise the stakes.
You were going to raise them anyway.
I mean...
I love these items that have been sitting. You know, Dorian's gonna pick some things out of the stash there.
Is he?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah?
Yeah. I'll take care of that.
All right. Anything you want to tell us about?
Not really.
Not particularly, no.
Son of a beach.
I moved it over. I deleted it from where it was. It's safe. It's all good. It's all above board.
Oh, this is where the DM's like, no, there was no fight after all. Oh.
There's not going to be a fight. There's going to be a massacre.
So with the clinking of glass as potions are pilfered from the contractors and the fighting pits stores, Cypher, you're there chugging a potion. Reza, did you say you were going to chug one of the greater healing potions for the temporary hit points?
Yes, she is, but then also still have 2 on her.
Yep. Yeah.
Also, I could not figure out how to add silver.
Don't worry about it. I don't think you can because they're not classed as weapons. So that just
Okay.
may be something you'll have to remind me of if it comes up. So, Cypher, you down the potion of greater healing. Now, obviously, with both Cypher and Reza being dead, you don't gain healing from potions. You just gain temporary hit points. You can't keep chugging them to top it up.
No, you can only chug once the temporary hit points are already gone.
Yes. So, Reza, you gain 17 temporary hit points.
That
It was a very nice. That was a
That was
nice
a good roll. It was. So yeah, the 2 dead members of the party would feel a slight reinvigoration as the contents from the vials floods through their system. Dory, you say you've got 2 plus a few other tricks up your sleeve that you've pilfered from the stash that I probably forgot about from 60 episodes ago that I'm going to regret later.
100%.
This is the way.
Yeah, this is the way. Anything else anyone wishes to bring to my attention?
Reza
No,
now
we
has silver dentures. No, I'm kidding.
You'd be fucked if you bit your lip.
Right?
Well, that's never healing again. Okay. Or your tongue, yeah. Just your tongue swells up in your mouth having bit it with silver. Okay.
Or the inside of your cheek. 'cause
Ooh.
That takes forever to heal.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck that.
So, you now spend the next few hours gathering up the last few belongings necessary. Your outfits, masks. Dorian, you're going in wearing your armor, correct?
Yep.
Looking like a clown. Excellent. At least a scarn. But you've seen what people wear.
I put the closest approximation of what I thought of in Pariahs. Just really just too flouncy and flowy.
If anyone wants to Google, it's the guy who Stephen Fry plays.
Stephen Fry
in
from The Hobbit.
Hobbit, yes. Yeah. From Lake Town, Lake Town's mayor. So, that said, you eventually begin to make your way towards the courtyard of the Baron's Folly. Here, Dwen and Damien begin to wheel out an object on a flatbed wagon. Dwen beams widely as the... When I find her... As the Orcan woman slaps the side of this wagon, offers you a giant grin.
So, what do we think to it, huh?
Garrett, what does everyone see outside the front of the Folly?
They see this beautiful, shining, extremely long carriage. It's got, at each corner, it has what looks like a metal wrought lantern emitting a reddish glow, very reminiscent of the lights in the Commons. No, full well, there's a crystal in each. There are some extra flaps built into the side that sit flush, so you can't really tell what they're for. But you know they will open at some stage. It's obviously chased in gold. There's subtle little black thorns around the edge of the roof. And on the door is two symbols. One, a snowflake. And blackthorns. And the second is a perfect representation of the House Volpescu symbol. So anyone that sees it knows whoever's inside is affiliated with House Volpescu. And it's got longer than usual struts coming off the front where the Beast of Burden would be. With some extra mechanisms just built in. So it could possibly use something other than a horse to pull it. This thing looks expensive. It would put to shame a lot of the carriages you've seen in the city proper. And that's just now.
I dare say, both I, and then she grabs the slightly shorter Damien by the scruff of his neck and drags him to the side to make his presence known. That both I and Damien have outdone ourselves, wouldn't you agree? Damien sort of stands there a bit sheepish, scratches the back of his neck, and it's the first time I've worked on something this elaborate, and what Garrett's designs and all, but do you all like it?
It's one of a kind, isn't it?
Dwayne grins, even wider, puffs a chest out, hands on hips.
I'm assuming we're all out here in our garb, ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's probably a crowd.
Yeah. This
us all dressed up.
This is the other thing now. Is first thing Damien would see you, Reza, his jaw would drop. You would no doubt have the hired beggars whooping and hollering, wolf whistling from the edges of the courtyard. You'd have some of the regulars who are now starting to pile in for service gathering round. There is indeed a growing crowd. Someone would be whisked off from the back by two brown-robed, hooded women.
Fuck's sake.
God. Yeah, so Reza, once the cart comes out, Reza would just go over and give her brother a quick hug, but not like a wholehearted hug because she doesn't want to get her outfit.
Dirty.
I love you, but my makeup is wonderful. Don't touch it.
Yeah, yeah. Or maybe
Hey.
just a pat on the shoulder.
Yeah, he doesn't say anything. He's absolutely mesmerized. That expression of, is that really my sister? What the fuck?
Incest isn't so bad, I guess. I mean, what?
Wait, what? Oh, no. Vanya?
She's speechless by that.
I derailed everything in the single comment.
The entire crowd just looks at you, Cypher, and you just, this collective, brother, ugh. Rings
Looks
out.
over to Cypher and looks down at him, looms over him.
Dwayne just looks, "Ah, if you weren't so finely dressed, I'd chop you on the head."
Oh, just saying.
Dwen, Damien, you managed to bring my design to life.
Well, what can I say, Garrett? You couldn't have done it, so your master had to show you the way, hmm? She just winks at you.
Yes. Yes. I don't know where I would be without you now. And Garrett produces 2 pouches that are big.
Damien takes it.
Hands one to Dwen, one to Damien.
Damien takes it, thankfully. Dwen, you just hear Garrett, as you hand the coin off, she's be like, well, that's betting money for tonight. She tucks it into a belt pouch.
You will bankrupt Vern if you spend all of that.
I wonder how far I can push that little bastard tonight.
Enjoy yourself. You've more than earned it.
By this point, a few of the Folly guards have started ushering the crowd either into the Folly or back onto the streets. The beggars have resumed their position of basically being beggars, or faux beggars is probably the best way of putting it, considering they're also on the payroll to act at this point.
Well, I suppose we better get this hitched up and on our way.
Well, as Garrett says that, Reza will walk more like sachet, like the train of her gown kind of like rippling behind her, but not actually touching the ground. She will walk to the front of the carriage, pull something out from underneath the back of her dress in one of her black satin gloved hands, and speak a magic word, whereby the trinket resting on her hand kind of like flies out, haha, and becomes
Good sake.
quite large.
What do you use, Reza?
So the way it kind of like somebody thinks I'm trying to hit.
I'll throw up the doofer into
The fly.
there.
The fly. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. And the way it kind of happens is you think the fly has started to float off her hand, but it's actually her. Mage hand
Okay.
tossing the fly into the air. Where it begins to get very, very large. And becomes a giant fly.
It does. This small little statuette starts to twist, crack, and transform before your eyes as eventually a large, black, bloated-looking giant fly now sits in the courtyard in front of the carriage. I'm just going to quickly say, don't describe your outfits just yet. I am going to get to that to see how exactly everyone's looking. So don't worry about that. But with this giant fly now sat buzzing, it flickers its wings a few times. It brings up a giant arm to stroke its eyes, and just begins to twist its head awkwardly, looking around while it awaits its command.
Is it classed as an animal now, or is it a construct?
It's an insect. It becomes a large beast. Yes, a large beast.
Marvelous.
Said the druid.
Garrett's eyes glow for a second. The blue flicks to green for just a split second and then back to blue. And he whispers in Druidic. There is no danger to yourself. You will not be called upon to fight. Just to pull.
With an intelligence score of 2, this giant fly looks at you, buzzes its wings for a brief moment, and you get the impression that it understands.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
It was more the calming tone I was
Yeah.
going for rather than what I was saying.
Yes. But yeah, you fully understand that this thing can't converse with you.
Yeah.
But it does seem to understand your intentions and what you want it to do.
Perfect. That's all I want from it. And we quickly snap the leather straps and buckles and tie its legs to the reins and everything, and it's ready to go.
I would imagine it's Dwen and Damien and a few of the other guards who move around to strap this in. Dwen looks at this giant fly a bit awkwardly, that really?
Mm-hmm.
But eventually, this giant fly is indeed bolted to this carriage.
Marvelous. And there's just one thing missing. Cypher, we need a driver.
Yes. And Cypher casts Helpful Shade in the driver's seat. There's a little shade there holding the reins, ready to drive the car.
The shadows seem to form into this humanoid blackened mass, and for a brief moment as you glance up at this black form, it almost looks like it has a top hat, but who knows? You indeed are ready to go.
So Garrett walks to the door. opens the carriage, pulls down the little step stool to assist people getting in. Offers an arm to the ladies and says, shall we?
Let's.
Vanya takes his hand.
And I help her into the thing, into the carriage, allowing her to get her dress in without it getting snagged.
She appreciates that.
One by one, the rest
One by
of you pile into the carriage, and with the final click of the door, everyone inside. Where to?
Straight out.
We're going to coin flow.
So, what this group who's now gathered would see is this fly begins to beat its wings and starts to hover. But the force of a single giant fly is alone not enough to hoist this carriage full of 5 people into the air. What happens next?
Garrett looks at Cypher and nods.
Cypher click his fingers, and the 4 lanterns, which were I mean, they were bright red before, but now they start glowing like luminous, like red, like throwing out some sheer light. And the levitation spell circle that is engraved on the floor where everybody's touches are lights up, and it slowly, just ever so slightly, just lifts off the floor inch by inch, and then just starts floating up as the fly takes control, and just up we go inch by inch until we're above the tops of the buildings.
There's gasps,
It's probably a
cries.
massive queue.
Yeah. People below stop and stare to see this carriage rise into the air, pulled by a giant fly. People point. And you imagine that this will probably be a story passed down for generations for the people of lower streets.
To anyone looking up underneath the carriage, its wheels don't spin while it's flying. They're locked in place. Out from the sides of the carriage, the little doorways have flipped down, and some what can only be described as wings have spread out. Fabric on treated fabric and leather on wood, just to help balance the carriage itself. But on the very bottom of the carriage, the underside of where everyone's feet are, is an enormous House Volpescu sign, just to make anyone know this has got the right to be here.
You begin to ascend above slated roofs, towers of nearby buildings. Glancing out of the windows, you see now that the city starts to stretch out, giving you all a view that's perhaps only a handful of people have ever experienced living in Novostoye. Glancing out, you begin to see the ocean to the north. there several islands are dotted out that are connected by bridges to Novostoya. Districts such as the Ballast District, the Steel Ward, and further off in the horizon, a large imposing castle, that being the Crimson Order, the main training grounds, the barracks of the Wardens, basically the Astoyan military complex. Beyond that, Vanya, you would recognize that the tall spires that poke out along the seawall are that of the Sanguine Academy, which is then close to the Cobalt Ward, the White Harbour District. Now, as you continue climbing higher and higher, you see the open bay in the centre of Novostoya. Ships move from White Harbour all the way down to Coinflow, and of course Logkern and Farwater in between. The other thing that would catch your eye is the small island in the centre of the bay, where a large imposing blackened stone castle fortress even sits, that being the fabled Black Harbour Keep, the seat of power of Grand Duke Koshevek, and where most of Novostoya's military might. In fact, let's put on the map for this. There we go. The fly begins to traverse more easterly, crossing the rooftops of lower streets, and now begins to take this flying carriage over Coinflow. From here, just ahead of you, you see the Lantern District, the large fighting arena known as the Pit, lit up in its usual red glow. Further to the south of there, a hazy smog seems to hang over the district, that being a place known as Ashen Hill, very close to where the forges are located for the city. Lantern District from above looks like any other district. Same with Mornham. They all look now, from this height at least, to be exactly the same as the slums. From this altitude, there is no divide between slums and upper city dwellers. With a twist, the fly begins to make its way down, almost spiraling down in a large loop towards Coinflow, and eventually, with a thud, the carriage lands on the streets outside of Jacqueline's clothes store. She's at the window, hands pressed against the glass, face almost smeared against the glass too, just looking as this carriage just floats down and lands in the street in front of her. You see her make her way from the window, around the counter, flings open the door, closes, locks, and then just presses herself to the side of the carriage. What? This? What is this?
Welcome, Jacqueline.
What is... She starts slapping the side of the car. What is this?
No time to explain. Get in.
Door open. Jacqueline grabbed, thrown inside. Door closes. And with that, the shade at the helm cracks its whips and the fly begins to ascend once again. Ah, dear me. So, the flight continues above Lantern District. This time at a slightly lower altitude, almost as a flex, and you begin to see people on the ground look up, point. It's rare to see a flying carriage.
Flying anything.
Yeah. The only things that typically fly are to be feared here in Novostoya. As you cross the divide between Lantern District and the Temple District, there are a few moments that look tense as ballistas, crossbows, muskets from the walls are pointed in your direction. But that doesn't last long, as this crest of Vulpescu, I would imagine that it's luminous to be seen in the dark.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we told Dame Cordea we'd be flying in.
Mm-hmm.
And she said she'd warn people.
Yeah. So yeah, there are a few terse moments where you would see ballistae on the walls just pointed up and track you. But here, as you're moving above Temple District, things start to become a little interesting. On the roads below, as you enter Magister, the central road that leads up towards the central gate to High Seat District has a multitude of carriages. You would see that pretty much anyone who is anybody here would have a carriage. Even if they lived right next door to the main gate of High Seat, they would probably use their carriage. And they're moving slowly, but it's not a complete standstill, but there are various carriages moving down the central strip towards the gate of High Seat. How high are you flying over these?
Low. I'd say about just above the tree.
Yeah.
Low enough that the peasants down there can see.
In an absolute Chad power move, you fly the length of the carriage queue into High Seat above them until you begin to reach the gate. I mean, there would be people leaning out of their own carriages looking up at you. As you reach the gate to High Seat, you rise, fly over the top, down into High Seat itself, and it's here where as soon as you cross the divide to the gate, it's almost like a flashbang. Now, you're all aware, many times ago, there was always a light, a dull moonlight-looking orb that hovered above High Seat. But there seems to be some presence, some shielding force, almost like a wall of force, almost. As you pass through over the gate, that's immediately what was once just a pale orb that hovered above High Seat just bursts out like a flashbang to everyone's eyes. A bluish tinged light bursts through the windows and takes a moment for everyone to focus their vision. But it seems to be a Cypher Vanya roll me Arcana check.
Arcana.
Reza.
roll
Yeah,
that?
Reza as well.
Okay. I'm a
Fifteen as well. That'd be
level
great.
2 wizard, I'll have you know. I have a
Magic.
Magic.
Shit, she rolled better than us.
She did. So with that then, with Reza having the highest, she's the only one who knows exactly what this is. This is... in fact, no, Cypher Vanya, you would have an inkling. You've seen one before in Reza's dream. It looks almost like an object that illuminated the central chambers of the city below. Where the obelisk stands, there are these large blue balls high up that just seem to cast light down. And it seems that what's currently above High Seat is one of these objects. Just hanging in the air, roughly...
Wait, how big is it?
It's big. You're looking at roughly... well, not... I would say around about 6 meters in diameter. But powerful with the amount of light it's putting out. But it's not daylight. It's roughly...
So to understand, there's a 6-meter spherical
object,
soul crystal, just floating in the sky.
I was just about to ask, would Rosa connect that there's in fact a soul crystal?
At this point, you've seen enough of them. Yes.
With the with the size of it, would we know like
lots
the magnitude? Okay.
Thousands.
Lots.
Like that line.
Like Cypher getting told off by the chirurgeon. I'm out.
Yes. Which may be, you know, one of the reasons the chirurgeon and the court may not be seeing things eye to eye. Who knows? We'll find out, I'm sure. But regardless, it's almost like daylight here in High Seat. This large spherical object that's held in place. You would see every now and again something seems to be patrolling the outer region of the skies above this orb.
Would Vanya recognize that?
Roll me an animal handling check.
Because is it the same thing that she encountered?
Similar, but not as big.
Adventure? Okay.
Yes, similar, but not as big. Yes, these giant bat-like creatures seem to be just hovering high above. Most people probably wouldn't even know they're there, considering if you look up at the sky and you see this giant blue ball emitting light, you wouldn't see anything beyond it because of eye adaptation. But the district itself is unlike anything you've seen in the rest of the city. Here, the streets seem to be paved in white marble. And the Vulpescu estate is not hard to miss. At first, it looks almost as you begin to move closer to it. You round the corner at the edge of the main stretch towards this large compound. Here. Out the front, it's fenced off, but allowing you to turn onto a long road that stretches towards the entrance. And here, it looks like snow from above. But as you begin to descend a little lower, you notice it's not snow, it's trees with white flowers. As you begin to fly down this long drive towards the central area, or the central door to the Vulpescu estate, you see a multitude of other carriages, a procession of elegance, cruelty even. Some are similar in design to what you've got, you know, not in design such, but in how ornate they are, elegant. Others much more rough, robust, a couple of spikes. Some of the carriages even have a few cages that hang off the side, perhaps as entertainment for the inhabitants of said carriage. There's a multitude of beasts of burden pulling these things, some being half living steeds like horses, or other lizard reptilian style thing, but non-flying. Granted, there would be a one or two that don't touch the ground, that are using a similar idea perhaps of levitation, but not going the extra mile that you did with having it actually fly. And even then, you would see some of the windows drop down with faces poking out to look up at this absolute flex on those below. Seeing all this, though, as you've come in, anything anyone wishes to say to each other? Any questions?
Does anybody look put out by this? Like,
Ah,
I fucking spent a
everyone.
fortune on this stupid floating carriage, and
Yeah.
these guys fly in, fucking fly in.
That goes without saying.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Garrett sees Cypher looking at the orb in the sky, and he's like, "You're never gonna get it in your pocket."
What is? That's ridiculous. I do have a flying car.
I think they'd notice if it was gone.
Fair enough.
Can you
Probably.
maybe siphon stuff out of it? I have a broom I could let you borrow.
Vanya, stop giving me very well educated ideas.
I mean, we just have to create a distraction so that you could do that. I'm just trying to
Perhaps
help
we
you.
focus
with you.
on the evening ahead.
Exactly, Vanya.
Hi,
Jacqueline.
Seed.
Being
Hi,
Continue,
Seed.
woman.
Hi, Seed. Jacqueline's just there, pressed against the window, just constantly saying hi, Seed over and over and over again. Absolutely bewildered. No one told
Vanya's
me
gonna look
we're
at
going to hi, Seed.
Vanya's gonna look at all you guys and like kind of give a wink, like she's gonna be so impressed by me today.
That's if she doesn't hyperventilate and pass out. Yes, it's gonna be a wonderful night for her.
Jacqueline, breathe, breathe, and Garrett pulls a little flask out of his jacket. Take one sip of this.
She does as asked, and then all of a sudden, well, this is high seat, unexpected. You bring me to the fanciest of places, everyone. Who's
Only the best for my girl.
She melts for a moment before clearing her throat, pointing out whose estate is estate. And as she points out, you would see that this estate is perhaps underselling what it is. It's almost like a cathedral of alabaster. White marble towers seem to rise up on each corner of the building like fingers from a porcelain corpse would be the best way to describe it. The flowering trees that seem to line this road that leads down to the central entrance are almost ghostly in appearance. The branches and wood itself is gnarled, and Garrett, you would certainly notice this as you get closer, that whatever's keeping these trees alive isn't just purely natural. They look nice, they look pretty, but it's not a healthy way for plants to grow.
Yeah.
The best way to describe it would probably be that they look like dancers in slow agony. The blooming is unnaturally pale. You can't think of any trees that would bloom white like these do. Vampire trees? I
Gareth
mean... Go on, sorry, go on. Go on,
Gareth
Gareth.
is going to shudder and go, that's not natural.
The other thing you've noticed is that the distant hum of the city, that constant drone of noise, of voices, of shouting, is gone. It's unnervingly still here, unnaturally silent. Apart from the odd voice from below, from the carriages shouting up at you in, no doubt, annoyance of bruised ego. Everything here is just off. Clean, yes. Beautiful, absolutely. But unnatural, wrong. The carriage swerves round at the end of the queue of carriages. Some people are still in the process of being escorted out of their own carriage by masked footmen, all of them wearing finely decorated ornate armours, the sigil of House Vulpescu embossed upon the plate itself. But seeing this carriage in with the Vulpescu sigil, they immediately start moving carriages out of the way to open up a large enough space for the carriage to land. Anyone have anything they wish to say, or have any how do you wish to make this entrance with the carriage? Anybody want to take on that?
Yeah.
Go on then.
When we land, nobody move. We wait until the footman opens the door, and then we exit slowly. Every eye will be on us through jealousy, interest, or even just gawking. Let's give them a show.
Well enough.
No waving, just either head as regal as possible, heads up, shoulders back.
I can make us float in.
I think we've done enough floating. We walk in pairs straight to the door, like we were always meant to be here. Let's not give anyone chance to scoff at it.
Cypher looks at Dorian and goes, guess it's me and you, big guy.
Well, let us be off then, once we land.
Reza preemptively loops her arm through Garrett's arm, be like, I am leaving the carriage with Garrett, not Vanya.
She's got Jacqueline.
Well,
I
okay.
mean, she could have two ladies on her arm.
Slag.
Reza just keeps forgetting Jacqueline is there and thinking they have an odd number of people. And then she sees Jacqueline and she reacts a little bit and is like, oh, okay, yeah. Gives Garrett an awkward smile like, I remember she's here. Don't worry about it.
With
Jacqueline, do try and relax a little bit, though.
she
You look like you're going to collapse.
she takes a deep breath, closes her eyes, exhales for a moment, and the previous nervousness seems to just vanish as she offers you just a single nod, Garrett. If you'd have all told me we were coming to High Seat earlier, I might have been a little more prepared, but flying carriage, all of the rather hungry gazers from the fucking court below. It's fine. Don't you worry about me.
Garrett just straightens his Volpescu pin and waits for the footman.
It's at that moment where
Rez-
there is... Sorry, go on, Reza.
Reza just whispers to Jacqueline, "Don't worry, I won't let anybody bite you except Vanya."
She smirks, flushed for a brief moment before straightening herself, and it's at that moment where there is a thud as the wheels of the carriage hit the marble paving below. From outside the carriage, you begin to see the Volpescu footmen, red robes over their shoulders, well, not so much robes, but red cloaks over their shoulders, red hood, similar to what you've seen prior in the automatons, the bloodwork automatons, begin to make their way up to the side of the carriage before eventually there's 6 of these guards now lined up outside of the wagon. The footmen you've seen open the carriage previously stand aside, and from out of the main entrance hall strides Dame Cordeia in full military attire. Straightened outfit, sword at her side, several medals pinned to her chest as she just single-mindedly struts down from the entrance towards the door of the carriage. There, glancing and seeing you all, she offers a very subtle nod that only you would see before she opens the door, stands to the side, and proclaims, "Welcome, honoured guests. The Countess awaits, and so does your place in the future." She bows ever so slightly and remains at a roughly 45-degree angle. At this, you would hear a ripple of calls and gasps ring out from those who thought were of a higher status. You would all feel daggers at your backs. Who's the first out of the carriage?
It'd be me.
Garrett, as you step out of the carriage, what do you look like?
Garrett has been to the most expensive tailor in Magister. And he has spent enough gold that he could buy Lower Streets twice with this. It's in a military cut, quite similar to what Dame Cordaire's wearing, but whereas hers more utilitarian, Garrett's is almost embroidered with blackthorns and snowflakes around the shoulder. His high collar has got 4 snowflakes on each side. And his Volpescu pin is on his chest. The cut of the suit fits his body like it's a second skin. Especially now since his time in his chrysalis. He's tall, lithe, his hair shines. His bright blue eyes are nearly incandescent. He whispers to Dame Cordeia, like, "Thank you for your assistance, Dame Cordeia. Glad there's a friendly face here." Then he reaches up.
Still at a 45-degree angle, she just offers a brief nod.
And then Garrett reaches a hand up to help Reza out.
Reza steps out of the carriage with a dainty black leather kitten heel boot that lace up to her knee, on the back of her calves, followed by very tight-fitting leather leggings. And then it's hard to describe, but if you're familiar with what a robe à la française is, she is seems to be volumes of black velvet drapery falling from her shoulders, when in reality it's the back of the dress sort of turns into a cape that kind of connects with the sides of it and then flows down her back.
Mm-hmm.
And it has long velvet sleeves that flare out at the wrists, and there's black lace at her wrists. And then there's more.
Go for it.
All this is like black velvet trimmed with like a very fine black fur. And the bodice goes like up to her neck, and there's a black ribbon around her neck that has black diamonds sewn onto it. And the front of the dress is it's almost kind of like the swag of like a theater, and then the yeah, so there's really only a back to the dress, and there's like a slight flare out at the hips, and like a little bit of a flare out in back, like a I forget what it's called, like a little bit of a bustle, and that's where her bum pack of holding is stored under her bustle.
Okay. Yeah.
It was hard to see this before because there wasn't ever really proper lighting where people had seen her dress, but the black velvet pieces have very tiny crystals sewn into them that just sparkle in the bright lights, like almost the facets of a diamond. All throughout, all around the black velvet. And then pieced out in jet black pearls. Down the back of her train are sort of like 9 lines with like a larger decoration, triangular decoration at the end of each line. And that's kind of like almost kind of like peacock feathers down the back of her train.
Multiple people at this point, having seen a military styled individual followed by this absolute stunning beauty. You will be getting more than a few looks at this point, Reza. More than a few looks.
Yeah.
Some quite hungry, others more upset. Carry on.
And to top it all off, the effect she was kind of going for with the gown was snowflakes on the black night sky. But she also wanted to be able to move. And so then her hair is all wound with black ribbons and tied up on top of her head. And on a stick in one hand is a black cat mask that covers the upper half of her face.
Nice.
It's crushed velvet and diamonds for the eyes and large pink gemstones for the nose and the inside of the ears and black wire whiskers.
I never said what my mask.
Go for it. What are you wearing, Garrett?
No, you didn't.
Well, in complete contrast to what he's wearing, Garrett's mask is white. It is, at first glance, you would think it was a fox, a white fox. A snowy fox. But its muzzle's slightly longer than would be normal. its ears a little shorter and further back on its head. Something almost fey about it. And when Garrett looks through the eye holes, when it's in front of his face, all you can see is piercing blue eyes of this snow fox. And it looks like it's a fox's head on a man's body. It looks that realistic.
With the white snow fox and the mesmerizing black cat first out of the cart, all eyes now are on you. Those who had got out of their carriages before you have stopped ahead. In fact, not even stopped, but almost been forced to stop by the automaton guards and this floating carriage. This whole display is it's regal, show-stopping. Garrett, Reza, with you two linked in arms taking the lead, you begin to step towards the large, ornate doors of the Volpescu estate. Next, out of the carriage.
Ladies first.
Well, I don't think we have to go into a lot of details with ours because we had already kind of talked about it earlier.
Yeah. Give it a quick overview, both, Vanya.
So we're both just kind of in these very big ball gowns, you know, fitted bodice, and Vanya's in kind of a goldish yellow dress with the butterflies, and then Jacqueline is in a coordinating purple ball gown, and we both have the masks, and Vanya will have her parasol with her as well as they make their way.
Just go over the masks again for me, just so we know what masks you've got.
So the mask that that Vanya has is she's adapted that silver mask that Garrett had made her earlier, but had kind of crocheted and made it look like kind of like lace around her face to match her dress with butterflies on it, and Jacqueline would just have kind of a mask that covers part of her face that is purple and matches her dress that also has butterflies as well.
So with the two ladies now exiting the cart, the two beautiful, youthful butterflies of the group, the crowd grows even deeper. Gasps from some of the younger aristocracy here ring out at these two beautiful flowers. There would be a sense of danger in the air, perhaps, at your appearance, Vanya. That of hunger. Reza, you would be all too familiar. It's almost like someone's just stuck two pieces of meat on a fishing line on a pool of piranhas that have not been fed in a week.
Lovely.
And bear in mind, the vast majority of the aristocracy are at minimum vampire thrall, perhaps even spawn. So there are a lot of vampires here. Garrett, Reza up front, Vanya, Jacqueline behind, which leaves the last two individuals to depart the carriage.
Right. Dorian is going to get out, and he's used his previous outfit as a inspiration for it. So he gets out in a long waistcoat that is a charcoal blue gray with very I don't know the word, but very big shoulders, and at the shoulder joint and at the elbow joint, all the major joints, there's a big floofy ring. Just that, the practical application is to, provide the
Cover for the armor.
like the pretense that there's armor, because that's where the joints would need it. But it's just like a very big and gaudy looking coat with breeches that match and long boots that are that black gray color of the leather that should be underneath. And he has the off-white masked little demon horns on the front, like not on a stick, but like actually with a little band, so he can just wear it. And I don't think that there's much else than that.
No, it's all good. As you emerge, dipping your head from the carriage, Dorian, there is a audible gasp from some of the younger ladies present. Some cover there.
Definitely...
Gone.
He's definitely not like as ornately dressed as anybody else, but it's just
He's imposing.
Just skin deep. Well, he is very large though, and the thing is, the clothing makes him look even larger.
Yeah, you would see a multitude of fans and masks cover faces as gossip begins to spread between some of the other. In fact, not just ladies. There would be some younger gentlemen as well who glance you up and down. Which leaves us to our last individual to exit the cart. Yeah, Reach getting out of limo. Pretty much.
Last but not by no means least, Cypher steps out the car with highly polished, Chelsea boots. You see them first. Tailored dress pants with down the seams is embroidered, because he thought, fuck it, everybody's gonna be tailored and gaudy and fucking over the top. So he got everything that could be embroidered. He got embroidered in silver or platinum. He thought, fuck it. So yeah. So he's in like a tailored suit with purple ruffles on the wrist and the collar. With it's what's it called? Like a dovetailed coat.
Yeah.
With a
dovetail waistcoat. Yeah.
Dovetail waistcoat, and he's got a large like cloak / overcoat over the top that he dresses himself as he gets out of the carriage. Like, he uses helpful shade to put his coat on for him. So just like his coat dresses, like, just puts itself on, and his mask is probably by far the most expensive of the group, as it's a solid one piece of mother of pearl. It's a blank visage with just a mouth inlaid in black diamonds, a left eye that's like engraved and inlaid in platinum, and the other eye is the only eye that he's got, so you can see through with that's also inlaid with like gems and diamonds and stuff. So he's looking fancy.
There's some gossip that seems to ripple through the gathered crowd. Just this frail individual. No overly discernible features, but still lithe. Interesting, but also unassuming. Almost a contradiction. With you out of the cart, though, Cypher, or cart, that's the wrong way of putting it. With you out of the finely ordained carriage, Dame Cordeia closes the door, and I guess the Wraith would, or the Shade would relocate to the carriage.
Yeah, he'd
part.
relocate to the carriage and just like mush on.
As you find, or 6 with Jacqueline, 7 Dame Cordeia begin to make your way down the central concourse towards the entrance. The carriage flies off, revealing your backs to those who are still waiting to attend. And you feel the weight of almost the whole aristocracy, or at least those who are gathered here. Their scorn, interest, aimed at you. Whilst looking around, yes, it's just like any other party, but these parties for the Crimson Court, these masquerade balls, are a melting pot of political intrigue, and you have just swan dived straight into the deepest, darkest part of God knows what infested waters.
The dark heart of Novastor.
Yeah. The 6 guards turn in unison, flanking you all as you begin to make your way to the entrance. Here, the doors are opened for you, which leads to a long hallway. Reminiscent of the hallway you saw at the Winter Palace. Not the same by any means. The architecture's completely different, and of course this is a completely different part of the world. In fact, a completely different plane of existence, but the ostentatiousness of it all is still the same. Long corridors, high arched ceilings, pillars that seem to hold gaudy lanterns, and the constant thrumming of voices. It's not overly busy by means, we're not talking thousands of members of the aristocracy here, but enough to find interest in the group. Doesn't take long, a couple of minutes of walking before eventually you reach a junction in the Vulpescu estate, and Dame Cordeia dismisses the guards. You find that you've been given a bit of space. Those who originally took notice of you have now gone to discuss whatever matters of interest to them, or whatever other fancy curiosity has come along since your arrival. But Dame Cordeia turns to you, offers a apologetic bow. Sorry for the crows cawing at the entrance, but, well, when I was informed of what was arriving, I dare say that's actually less than what it could have been. A flying carriage, really?
It's been a pet project, and what better place to unveil it?
You are aware that as soon as Lady Vulpescu sees that, she will want it.
The thought had crossed my mind.
Cordeia pinches the bridge of her nose and nods. Well, if nothing else, you've certainly drawn the ire of all of the late attendees.
Well, at least now you know what everybody's talking about.
You certainly have a point there, Reza. You certainly have a point. And I hope the entrance was up to snuff.
Vastly more than what I expected.
Good. She holds out a hand towards you, Garrett.
I take it. And
She casts a disappointing
the
glance.
finest-
Go on.
the finest courtly tradition, I bend over to kiss her knuckles, my lips not quite touching, but palming her a small bottle of bloodshot.
Okay. Yeah. There we go. What originally starts as a disappointed look suddenly turns into a wide grin. She then tucks it into a small pouch at her belt. That's also you recognise to be a bag of holding. So,
I take it the delivery met with the lady's approval.
oh yes, about that. We are a little shorter than what we planned to provide. The lady herself absconded with a third of the entire shipment. But if nothing else, there is still enough to go around all of them at least one drink. So her words were, what was the tone she used? Let the bastards fight amongst it themselves. I'm sure it'll provide us so much entertainment, or something along those lines.
Well, luckily, I have a few, and I tap my bag of holding in my pocket that might find their way into friendlier hands.
Smart. So, with that said, I trust all other preparations have been made for tonight's or today's event.
We have accessorized as far as we can.
Those who aren't currently involved in this conversation, you would notice by now that a lot of the other people who turned up have started to move past you and into the main chamber hall. So, unfortunately, and Cordeia motions towards the crowd that's making their way behind you into the main chamber. Mayhaps your conversations will have to wait until after the main event. Our Lady thought it would be fun to plan a... She tries to get the words out. Looks to the ceiling for a moment and shakes her head. Our Lady thought it might... Are you in any rush to get into the main chambers, or are you happy to wait for a few?
More than happy to wait.
Oh, good. Good. Anything from anyone at this point, whilst all this is going on?
No, I'm looking at symbols on, because most people will, I'm guessing, display their house affiliation openly.
Yep.
I'm looking for Sanderfall affiliated people.
Roll me a perception check. Openly, no. There are no Sandoval pins, no one hoisting a cloak that bears the sigil, nothing whatsoever. Though you would notice a few small groups who don't seem to be wearing any identifying marks. almost to the point where as you glance down the central concourse towards the entrance, Cypher, you would probably see with an 18, like 1 or 2 people just take something off from their jackets or roll a piece of fabric and package them away on the walk towards the ball chamber.
Well, I'll be beside Dorian because we're all paired off, and I'll be like, "That's interesting. Did you see that, Dorian?
What now?
The unaffiliated ones. Those." And he points like to 2 he just saw. Passing
Dorian sees it.
messages.
Well, suppose we know who our detractors are.
Everybody else is affiliated either way. Those, not so much.
Well, let's hope they all sit together or crowd together.
Okay. Any other questions for Cordeia?
Not a question for Cordeia,
Mhm.
but Reza was doing something similar to Cypher, but like keeping her mask up and just like keeping her head like on this like slow pivot, like surveying everything.
Mm-hmm.
What does like of the insignia she sees, what are the proportions of representation like from the selection that's gone by them?
Mostly Vulpescu, a large amount of Moretti, and then the other sort of, so I would say probably a third being Vulpescu, a larger portion after that of the remaining being Moretti, and then the others seem to be evenly spaced between Drac, Von Murik, and Kochevek. So there aren't many. Yeah, so no Sandovals, and a couple of Muriks.
Okay.
Yeah, brings us to 5. So yeah, Vulpescu being the most, followed by Moretti, and then the rest of them would just be a spattering of Drac, Murik, and Kochevek.
Okay. Cool.
Are they all like, happy to see one another? Like they know each other, or are they staying in kind of their respective?
Yes, you would certainly see that they seem to stay away in their respective house groups. There would be the odd curse or insult thrown across the hall. Nothing overly expletive, but just the odd muttering followed by harsh glares. So yeah, everyone's out to get everyone else by the looks of it. And there's even times when those from Vulpescu would just seem to be glowering at others from the same house. With that said, though, if there's nothing further, Dame Cordeia. Oh, what's that? Go on, Garrett.
I want to do one thing before we move forward. And I'm going to link with the full group.
Okay.
Apart from Jacqueline, because I don't want to freak her out.
Yeah. She's just almost slack, trying not to be slack-jawed at this point, watching all of the. Because even for her, who is a fashionista, some of the outfits she would see trailing down the main causeway would just be mind-blowing for her. She'd be so impressed, wanting to know, making mental notes.
But I'm going to take notice of her. So if I need to link with her, I can snap it in place.
Okay, yeah. So you've got the link up, but you're just not making her aware of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If we need to tell her to hide or run or something, I can do it without
Okay.
alerting anyone.
All right.
And I'll just quickly whisper to the group. Whisper through my
Yeah.
obviously. I am contactable should you need it. And that's enough.
Reza immediately replies back, "Can you straighten my train?"
And through the link, you almost hear a audible sigh. But I do it anyway. I love it.
You see Cordeia straighten herself out at that moment and look over to each of you. The usual stern, militaristic atmosphere she exhumes now snapping fully into almost a character you've never seen before. This straight-laced, straight-backed military individual. And she looks at each of you. May I get the names as for those gathered that you wish to be introduced as?
Garrett mirroring her stance, basically. Garrett Blackthorn.
Garrett Blackthorn. She nods. She turns to Reza next to him.
Teresa Blackthorn.
Teresa Blackthorn. She nods. Turns to Vanya.
Vanya Valen.
Vanya Valen.
Fine.
Vanya Valentine. She turns to Jacqueline. Jacqueline Homan. Fashionista of Coinflow. She nods. Then turns towards Dorian.
Probably need a surname then. Charlton Hestwood.
Charlton Hestwood. Understood. And last but not least, little changeling friend.
Cypher Blackthorn.
Understood. Collective name? Do you have one? A family name, perhaps, or a house name?
House Blackthorn, I think, would probably cover it, as the majority here are using that name.
Understood. Then, line up behind me. And let us go and make your introduction to this pit of vipers, shall we?
Do let's.
Looking forward to it.
Dorian's gonna get behind everyone else so that he's the last one, just so it doesn't like break the whole line of people.
As you all line up behind Dame Cordeia, she casts one last glance over her shoulder, takes an inhale of breath. She doesn't need to, she's a vampire, but mentally preparing herself, and with her hands on the door, she nods, thrusts open the doors, and we'll find out what happens next week.
Nice.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Chad.
Toodaloo.
And see you next time on Pariahs.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us from episode 29 of Pariahs. That was the perfect place to end it, I believe. Teasers. Ballroom Strike Force, absolutely. But yeah, everyone, thank you for dropping in today. Hope you enjoyed that session. But again, Night Viper, Aldi, thank you for the follow. Gamer NGC6543, thank you for the follow. And Mentat Gremlin, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. After that, Prepper Jack with the 5 gifted subs, absolute champion. Thank you kindly. Vexing Cat also, my darling, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Steel then came in with a 72-month tier 3 resub. Ravon, another 5 gifted subs. Oh man. Scobsu with the 70-month resub. Corinis with the 5-month resub. Jumplex with the 54-month resub. Durs with the 50-month resub. And last but not least, oh man, Lee with the 62-month. Thank you so much for the support, everyone. Thank you. It means the world. Yeah. Tune in next week for Ballroom Strike Force, where we go curb stomping some vampires. I guess, in their own territory. We will go raid someone. But who do we raid is the good question. Oh, they're just starting. Let's go raid. Looking for Mum TTRPG. They are doing D&D stuff. So yeah. Boom. Everyone, once again though, thank you for that. Hopefully we'll see you. I can't raid them. All right, fine. Enders, we're coming. We're coming to raid you instead. Since you're streaming, I've just seen you up. Prepare thyself. So yeah, Durs is currently playing Remnant 2, so let's go and give him some grief, show some support, and I'll see you on Sunday for more Pariahs. Ta-ta for now.